issues. We were worried about them using in military things. Is there some way to control against that and make sure that that doesn't happen?
Well, it depends. Like the very, very high-end NVIDIA stuff is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about possible export controls on other semiconductors, which are also very important to them.
But not the H2O or the H20?
No, that would be a new thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Water should be free to fill between. Kevin, talk India, will you?
Sure.
You have been on before. You've teased us. You haven't pleased us yet. Is that happening? They're staying. They wouldn't stay if just because they like the I don't know, their hotel room or something, right?
Right. Yeah, you know, the fact is that I think that we spent the last week and a half getting the China situation under control, including having calls with President Xi and President Trump, sending our top trade team to London to finalize that deal. And we've got a whole bunch of stuff that's teed up to go next, and India would be top of the list.
Talk about reconciliation, and I don't know, you probably don't, you talked out about Elon and the president and Scott Bessent and all that stuff. I think we're back talking about reconciliation, and I think the Senate's getting serious. And, you know, John Thune, I think he's a great majority leader, but you might be jealous of Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson has pulled a rabbit out of his hat a few times. I think John Thune wants to show he can whip people around too, doesn't he?
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's the stage where basically senators rightly try to adjust the bill in their favor for the thing they care most about. And there are, I think, 53 senators that are doing that respectfully for Majority Leader Thune. You know, he's managing that along with Senator Crapo, who runs the Finance Committee. And we're certain that the Finance Committee is going to finish it up, the Senate's going to finish it up, and we're going to have a big, beautiful bill by the 4th of July. And so there'll be a lot of modification here and there, but the president's priorities are redlined in the bill. Everybody agrees to that. And you know, when we get it, Joe, don't forget, then if it fails on the estimate that we used last time when we said you get $4,000 increase in wages, it's $10,000 now. And so you got a $10,000 wage increase for the average American or a recession. That's what they're talking about in the end. And in the end, really, if they had to, Democrats would vote for it.
We had the speaker on last week, and you know, we had Ron Johnson on earlier, who is compelling, in a perfect world, about getting back the spending, getting the spending levels back to pre-pandemic levels. Everybody, I guess, would like to do that. I don't know whether you could do it in one big, beautiful bill, but then Speaker Johnson just said, you know, this is great. I love hearing all that stuff. Here's what I have. Here's this faction over here. Here's this faction over here. Here's the margin that I have. Here's what Majority Leader Thune has. It is what it is. It's not, there's no way it's going to be the perfect thing for everyone involved, because it's just not, it's just not possible. You have to work within the parameters of who will vote for what.
No, you're right, and you know, I've spoken at length with Senator Johnson about it. I think I'm planning to have lunch with him this week. The bottom line is that I don't think he's going to hold up this bill, but what he wants, which we are absolutely willing to give him, is a credible commitment to continue to cut spending after this bill. And so the fact is that we've got rescissions from stuff that we've found at OMB and also with DOGE that will cut spending over the next year and a half outside of the reconciliation bill by about $170 billion just over about the next calendar year. And so there's all this other stuff coming, and I think that the budget hawks have seen the work that we've done that's going to give them rescission package after rescission package. And so I think that in the end, the budget hawks are going to understand that this is a great bill. But don't forget, if we get 3% growth, then that increases revenue by $4 trillion, which is way more than the deficit increase that CBO estimates for the cost of the bill. So this bill by itself is going to reduce the deficit, but we're also coming after spending big with rescission packages that we've been identifying so that we don't have to continue to fund the dancing of chipmunks and so on.
Hey, Kevin, we get both CPI and PPI this week. Those inflation numbers will be very closely watched. The president on Friday, after the unemployment rate came out, after the jobs report came out, suggested that we should see the Fed cut rates again. What do you think? If first on the inflation front, what you expect those numbers to be, and second of all, if you think the
way down. And I think that while tariff revenue went up so much, it went up about $60 billion over the last month, that the CBO put out a score that said that tariff revenue over the next 10 years is going to be $2.8 trillion. While the tariff revenue's been going up, inflation's been coming down, which is contrary to the story that everybody else has been saying, but very consistent with what we've been saying here on the show, that if they've got inelastic supply, they'll bear the tariff. And so I think that if we get another inflation print this week that's about what we've been seeing, then I think there'll be a lot of pressure on the Fed to do that. But I respect the independence of the Fed, but they're data dependent. And I think that the data, if they're consistent with the recent trend this week, then they'll have a lot of thinking to do.
Hey, Kevin, I don't know if you've addressed this yet. You've got some Coinbase, a stake. How'd you get it? It's not bad. It's like $1 million or something. When did you get it? Is it a conflict? Would you divest it, or have you talked about it yet on the record?
I haven't talked about it on the record, but just a small company that some friends of mine and I started a long time ago was bought by Coinbase, and I still own the shares. In part, I didn't sell them because I didn't want any appearance that I'd be timing the sale or anything. But now I've got a report from ethics people, and we'll look into what the next step is.
And figure out what needs to be done. All right.
And meanwhile, I have recused from any matter that's related to crypto the whole time while that was going on.
Okay. Are you mad? Did I ask you? You got to expect all that stuff. Anything goes, doesn't it? At this point in this world, God Almighty.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah.
And we hope that we'll see you again, and maybe India someday. I know you'll be on immediately when that happens, right?
When
Call
happens,
us.
Yeah. I'll give you a call.
Okay. See you later. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, when we come back, we'll get much more on the budget battle with Florida Senator Rick Scott, who wants to find more ways to cut spending. He will join us at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be back after a quick break.
With income products from Bright House Financial, you can turn a portion of your portfolio into guaranteed lifetime income for whatever the occasion calls for. Bright House Financial. Build for what's ahead.
$600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from Big Wireless to Consumer Cellular. And we've got the same reliable coverage. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and... I can't feel my feet. See how we can cut your bill. If you're over 50, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. Call Consumer Cellular.
At Public Rec, we're on a mission to make comfort look good. We develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last, easy to care for, and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pads, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments, no matter what comes your way or how you spend your day. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. Public Rec, where comfort rules.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? It should, because the Mizuho name means we never shy away from a challenge. We take on business only top-tier corporate and investment banks can do, and create bespoke solutions that work. That's how we win awards like IPO of the Year. So if you want a corporate and investment bank as a partner who still hustles like an underdog, now you know our name. Mizuho Americas. A name worth knowing.
About colostrum. If you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing, but it is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like immune system. It strengthens, supports all of that. I think the first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that I had after workout, but if you want to try it, we'll try armor.com.
I was ready to start building my credit, but I didn't want a credit card with fees or expensive debt. So I got the Chime Credit Builder Card, and I use it for everything. There's no annual fees, no interest, and my score is up 100 points. Join me at Chime.com.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. Never miss a moment with exclusive access to market-moving interviews and stock picks. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Some news about a familiar name for our viewers. Ken Moelis is going to be stepping down as CEO of Moelis & Company on October 1st. He will become executive chairman. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. The investment bank is elevating its co-founder, Naveed Mahmood Zadegan, to take over as CEO.
Coming up, U.S.-China trade talks underway in London as both sides try to resolve the ongoing dispute between the two economic giants. More on that next. Squawk Box will return in just a moment.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
And there have been 3 chapters in the company's life. This one is the one I'm most excited about.
The average dog only lives to be 10. At the Farmer's Dog, we don't think that's long enough. That's why our food comes in personalized portions. Because a dog at a healthy weight can live a longer, happier life.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com, and in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable, so we sold ours.
And for more than we expected.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Selling your life insurance policy can be a safe, smart choice for many seniors. Don't sell or lapse your policy before going to abacuspays.com or calling 1-800-900-PAYS to learn what the fair market value of your policy might be. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
It's about political points. It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's Forecast Trader.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Hulu has live music. Get ready to Bonnaroo right from your living room as the biggest artists take the stage. Bonnaroo Music Festival. Streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by Venmo. Venmo everything with the Venmo debit card.
You're the matchmaker. You must know a lot about love.
I know about dating. Dating takes a lot of trial and error.
When I see your face, I see wrinkles and children that look like you. Rated R.
Hulu has live music. Get ready to Bonnaroo right from your living room as the biggest artists take the stage. Bonnaroo Music Festival. Streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by Ray-Ban Meta. Iconic style meets Meta AI.
U.S.-China trade talks resuming today with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and U.S. Trade Representative James Greer meeting with their Chinese counterparts in London. Joining us right now to talk about what it means is Longview Global Managing Director DeWardrick McNeil. He's a former Obama administration Defense Department appointee and a CNBC contributor. And DeWardrick, how should we be reading this resumption of talks that came after the phone call between President Xi and President Trump last week?
Good morning, Becky. Look, I think it's important to note that the reconvening of what they're calling the Geneva mechanism or the China-U.S. Trade and Economic Consultation Mechanism is a constructive step. I think it will not solve, Becky, any of the long-term challenges. It won't change the strategic goals of both of these countries to reduce interdependence on one another. But what it will do, Becky, is allow, we hope, for the less likelihood of a rapid rupture in the relationship. It will allow for, we hope, deliberative and responsible management of the bilateral relationship. And that buys businesses some time to really anticipate and try to mitigate some of the risk associated with the ongoing de-risking and decoupling that I think will continue despite this new round of dialogue and engagement.
I mean, we just heard from Kevin Hassett at the White House that it sounds like the two key sticking points, rare earth minerals will be released from China, and that the U.S. will release some of the export controls on semiconductors to this point. Is that how you see it playing out?
I think if we get to that point, Becky, we should all be cheering. That's a great outcome. I think we have to be careful here to understand what we mean by release. The Chinese have already said, at least MOFCOM has made a point to stress, they have approved some applications for critical minerals, rare earth magnets. That's on the commercial side, but we still have an issue with the defense side. I don't expect for that at all to change. So I don't think export controls are going away. I think both sides will agree to probably do something with respect to approving licenses under certain circumstances, but we really need to look at the details here and see exactly what that means.
I mean, you make the point that while it's good to have the Commerce Secretary there, he wasn't in the last round of talks, we don't have anybody from the defense side of things, and you think that's a mistake.
Well, if you think about what the arguments are here, Becky, most of these export controls have gone into place over national security concerns. So if that's the case, and you're going to have a discussion about trying to loosen some of these export controls, to me, you would want someone sitting at the table at equal rank or level to Secretary Bessent and Secretary Lutnick. I don't doubt that there's someone on our delegation. I just think, for me at least, I would have liked to have seen someone at a higher level in the national security apparatus at the table.
DeWardrick, you say that companies shouldn't waste this moment. What do you mean?
Well, look, I have said this over and over and over again. The strategic trajectory for these two countries are set. They do not want to continue to be overly dependent on one another in some of these strategic sectors. We do have a small window here, but I think this window should be used by businesses to continue to adjust where they can their supply chain, their dependency on China, or vice versa. This is a small window. This is not a return to the early 2000s, high-level engagement. This is a cat and mouse game that's happening between these two countries. And if businesses don't look at it that way, they will find themselves short again if something all of a sudden becomes hot between these two countries.
Okay. DeWardrick, thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
When we come back, we have an update on Warner Brothers Discovery and its decision, its announcement to split into two companies. That stock is on the move. We'll tell you about it when Squawk Box comes right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
If you want to follow your dreams,
Follow your dreams.
the only way to go is up.
And remember that every dream starts the same way.
With a single step.
DSW, a shoe for every you.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether. Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Waiting till Friday to get paid is tricky. Then I heard about Chime. Now I get paid 2 days early, no fees. I'm a musician and a music teacher, and I play gigs. Sometimes I have to travel and rent out equipment before the weekend, or else I have to cancel. Early payday guarantees that I can make it to any gig, any rehearsal, anytime. It's easier for me to do what I was put on the planet to do, and that's music. Join me at chime.com.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful.
That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
To get a stock down this much, you have to effectively go to war with the President of the United States. So many people own Tesla because Elon Musk was tight with Trump. Now that they're on bad terms, not such a good reason.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan. Andrew is off today. Among our top stories this morning, Warner Brothers Discovery is splitting into two separate companies. David Faber breaking that story right here in the last hour. The two companies will be the streaming and studios side, which includes Warner Brothers Television and Motion Picture Group, DC Studios, HBO, and HBO Max. The other company will be the Global Networks company. That will include sports and news television brands, including CNN, TNT Sports, Discovery, and others. Check it out. That stock is up by about 8% this morning, been bouncing around last trade at $10.82. U.S.-China trade talks resuming in London today. This is coming as China's export growth slowed to a 3-month low in May as U.S. tariffs slammed shipments. That's the biggest drop since early 2020 during COVID. And NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang promising to boost investment in the UK's artificial intelligence sector. He announced a new UK Sovereign AI Industry Forum, as well as commitments from cloud vendors Inscale and Nebius to deploy new facilities in the country with thousands of NVIDIA's Blackwell GPU chips. Huang saying the UK is in a Goldilocks circumstance.
Let's check the futures for a closer, there they are. Everything's positive now. For a closer look at the markets after a big Friday move on that jobs number, the positive report. Mike Santo's at the New York Stock Exchange in the new bull market that we now have in the S&P.
Yeah, Joe, and you can kind of play semantics. Maybe it's just a resumption of the existing bull market. It was sort of a borderline bear. By the way, 2 months ago today was the closing low for the S&P 500. The day before, April 7th, was the intraday low. That did get you to a 20% intraday loss. Here you see we've gained back all but about 2.5% of what was lost. That's how far we are from the old highs in February. And so you have this big scare and then a bit of relief. Now, we had peak uncertainty 2 months ago. It's not as if things are certain now, but the market is taking the position that the uncertainty is going to resolve in a more benign direction. That's basically what it comes down to. Yes, we had a great jobs report reaction on Friday. Sometimes that's kind of comes at the end of a move, getting just a little bit overbought, but otherwise the market's acting as you would wish it would, coming out of one of those major scares that we got a couple of months ago. Take a look at Russell 2000 small caps, been a laggard for a very long period of time, kind of a troubled index in various ways, but it's broken this downtrend and in fact just recently started to outperform, also the case in the pre-market. So maybe the market is sort of rotating around to things that haven't moved as much. Risk appetites are back. It's not just about kind of mom and pop, Main Street type businesses playing on macro expectations. A lot of the top holdings of Russell 2000 are some of these momentum speculative names. Hims and Hers is up there. Rocket Labs is in the top 10. So it's interesting how you see some of the speculative juices flowing again. I want to take a look at some leadership shifts. Industrials relative to semiconductors. This is a 2-year chart. Now, the industrials making new highs. That's also a pretty good sign, a pretty good message from the markets. Semiconductors, the stocks still struggling a little bit here. You look at this, it has not exactly reasserted itself. And in fact, it's really just Broadcom and NVIDIA that's accounting for most of the move there, but still trying to hold its own, whereas more traditional industrials, maybe a bellwether group for global economic conditions, still flashing a green light, guys. All right, Mike, thanks for that. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Protesters clashing with police for a third night in Los Angeles. President Trump and California Governor Gavin Newsom blaming each other for the unrest and who is responsible for restoring order. NBC's Camila Bernal joins us right now with more on that. Camila, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. So just to take a step back, this all started as a response to immigration detentions, to ICE arrests around the Los Angeles area. The first protest starting on Friday throughout the day. And again, they usually tend to start very peaceful and then escalate into more tensions in the evening and at night, really, is when you start to see a lot of the chaos unfolding. So we saw those protests on Friday, then Saturday, then Sunday went from dozens to hundreds to thousands of people out in the streets, police having to use less lethal rounds to disperse the crowds at some point, also having to use tear gas, and really some of those protesters getting more violent. We do know that several officers have been injured. There were reports of looting. There was, of course, those 5 driverless cars, at least 5 of them, that went up in flames during this protest. So there's a lot of cleanup going on in downtown Los Angeles right now. Things are calm at the moment because there was an order for unlawful assembly. That meant that anyone that was out there was going to get arrested. So it is obviously 5 in the morning, more or less, here in Los Angeles. And so things are calm, but we are anticipating possibly more protests today. Again, we'll have to wait and see if they start out peaceful and what it turns into. But we have definitely seen more of an escalation since the National Guard arrived here in Los Angeles. There's, of course, the political fight that you mentioned. Governor Gavin Newsom and the mayor here in LA, Karen Bass, saying that they don't want the National Guard, that they believe the National Guard is causing that escalation and causing more people to want to be combative and to want to be violent out in the streets. The president posting on social media a number of times saying that people need to be arrested, saying that troops need to be brought into Los Angeles, calling some of these protesters insurrectionists. Of course, the local leaders here saying that that is not the case. They are continuing to ask people to peacefully protest. We'll have to wait and see if that happens. The school district is addressing this later on today as well. So just a lot of tensions, and caught in the middle are obviously the Los Angeles Police Department and the Sheriff's Office and the immigration activists and protests who say that that should be the core issue here, Becky.
Okay, Camila, thank you. That's NBC's Camila Bernal. When we come back, Senator Rick Scott on the key issues that are holding up the reconciliation bill in the Senate. We'll talk to him about what he thinks is going to happen. Also, as we head to a break, take a look at Bitcoin this morning. Professional Capital Management founder and CEO Anthony Pompliano will be joining us to talk crypto, stablecoins, and much more. Squawk Box will be right back.
This is Jess, Peloton instructor, educator, game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
Avocado Green Mattress, we know that we all deserve a little rest. That's why we're promoting better sleep this season with our certified organic mattresses and bedding, all made with natural, luxurious materials for a healthier planet and a healthier you. Start your sleep trial today at avocadogreenmattress.com.
$600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from Big Wireless to Consumer Cellular. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and see how we can cut your bill. Call Consumer Cellular.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
The CNBC Disruptor 50 list revealed. Meet the innovative companies shattering boundaries, shaking up industries, and changing the game for good. Special coverage begins tomorrow in Squawk Box and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Dear Texas, at HEB, we partner with farmers around the world to bring you Cafe au lait, made from 100% Arabica beans. And from the world's finest coffee beans, we create blends in over 40 different flavors that Texans love. From whole and ground beans to single-serve cups, iced coffee, and cold brew. No matter how you drink your coffee, every time you take a sip, you'll know it was grown just for you. Cafe au lait, sourced around the world, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
Hey, are you single? I'm a matchmaker, 6'2", doctor, lawyer.
That's all it takes to be soulmates?
Dance with me.
Marriage is a business deal, but love has to be on the table.
Rated R.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
Well, the budget battle continues in the Senate, and our next guest is suggesting going through the bill line by line to find more ways to cut spending. Joining us right now is Republican Senator from Florida, Rick Scott. Senator Scott, thank you for joining us this morning. A lot of folks wondering what becomes of this bill at this point. You are one of the holdouts in the Republican senators who are saying, look, what the House gave us is not fiscally conservative enough for your taste. What's your solution? What are you planning on doing at this point?
Well, first off, Becky, I believe we're going to get a bill. I'm very optimistic we're going to get a bill. I'm completely supportive of the Trump agenda. Let's make sure we don't have this massive tax increase that Democrats want. Let's make sure we secure the border. Let's make sure we have a military that can defend the freedoms of the country, especially against aggressive, what's become an enemy, Communist China. So then let's make sure let's get some fiscal sanity here. We're not going to get inflation down. We're not going to get interest rates down unless we get spending at the level of what we bring in. The public has told us what they're going to give us in revenues. We have to live within our means. You do. Businesses do. I balanced a budget when I was governor of Florida, even though it had not been balanced in 20 years. I paid off a third state debt because we went line by line. We got rid of fraud, waste, and abuse, and things that might be nice to have, but we can't afford it. As an example, we have a Medicaid program that Democrat governors have completely abused to provide, with federal tax dollars, free health care to illegal immigrants. Where instead of focused on the program it's supposed to focus on. Poor kids. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, my mom's face when she found out my little brother had a bone disease, and she couldn't even find a doctor to take care of him. That could be that was before Medicaid. That could be happening again because these blue state governors have abused the system. They want to put their efforts into adults that don't have chronic illnesses that just don't want to work. And illegal immigrants. We've got to fix these programs and spend the money to take care of the people we care about.
Hey, Senator, a couple of things. There are a lot of red states that are using Medicaid the same way. In fact, some of your colleagues in the Senate don't want to see any of those cuts that are coming through to Medicaid. And I understand what you're talking about, going through line by line and trying to get rid of fraud and waste. But this is a bill that's been put together with a very delicate balancing act by the House, where the majority is so slight that they're having some serious issues trying to get this through. The Senate leader has talked about how, Mike Johnson says, you change this substantially and he's going to have a heck of a time trying to get it back through the House. And so then you would see, if the Senate passes something that the House then can't come to agreement on, you would see the potential for a big tax hike going through on all Americans. But how do you shore up those two schools of thought? I understand what you want to do, but what's possible here and what you think can actually get done?
I think every Republican, well, first off, every Republican I know of in the House and Senate wants to get a bill done. They know we represent our states. I represent Florida, okay? I'm not going to allow Florida to get taken advantage of by blue state governors. I'm just not going to do it. And I respect what everybody wants to get done. We're all going to come together. I support what the president wants to get done. We've got to do this. We can't allow the Democrats to do what they want, is have this big tax increase. So we're going to get this done, but we're all going to have to come together and represent our states and do the best job we can.
You won't vote for
Quickly
SALT.
do it.
You won't vote for a bill that has additional SALT, higher limits on SALT deductions.
I'm not going to support the wasteful spending of blue state governors. I was a governor. I watched my budget. Take New York. I think their budget's double what Florida is, and we have twice the number. You know, they have a budget twice as our size. We have 4 million more people. Take just Medicaid. We have 4 million more people than New York, and they get $20 billion more out of the federal government for Medicaid. In California, it gets 3 times what we get, and they only have like 65%
Republican
more in
Senator
population.
Josh Hawley
This is
doesn't want to
wrong.
see those cuts to Medicare either, or Medicaid.
Look, I want to make sure the money is spent on poor kids that need health care, okay, and people with chronic illness. That's what we've got. That's what we've got to focus on. What we want to do. We want to get people healthy. We want to get people back to work.
Order
we want
filled.
to get people,
Order submitted.
make sure they can afford their
Order
own health care,
filled.
and then have safety nets that work. We have to balance the budget. We will not get inflation down. We'll not get interest rates down if we don't balance the budget. We have to do this. We have no choice.
Senator, we're watching something play out in L.A. L.A. doesn't need any more fires, obviously. And I'm hearing Gavin Newsom and the mayor out there now saying that the National Guard is inflaming tensions because the looters are having a lot of trouble because now the National Guard's there. So now that's making the looters mad because it's much more difficult to loot if the National Guard's are right. How do the Democrats find these 80-20 issues to be in the 20% on? Does the president have the right to protect federal buildings in Los Angeles?
And federal agents. I mean, so let's think about it. We have ICE agents getting hurt. All right, the federal government has the right to defend the federal agents. They have a right to defend federal buildings. I don't get why does California want to allow people to be violent? I mean, don't they care about the citizens of L.A., California?
I don't know.
I mean, we have so many people moving out of these places because of safety.
So what do you think? The argument is that it hasn't, that there's state sovereign. Now the Democrats suddenly are worried about or sovereignty and state rights. But why would Gavin Newsom not call in someone to help make it safer in Los Angeles for the agents and you know, to stop this doesn't look peaceful to me. I don't know where that comes from.
It's not peaceful. We look at the video. I don't understand why the mayor and the governor don't care about the safety of their citizens. We've watched this when they were okay. You know, the Democrats have all been okay with criminals and terrorists and narco traffickers coming across our border. That was okay. Like, who are you representing? I want my family to be safe. I love my friends and my family. I want them to be safe. I don't want these people in my neighborhood. And that's what's going on. The Democrats are allowing this to happen. Why? It doesn't make any sense. My mom would be furious with me if I did these things.
Senator, let me go back just to the bill and the Medicaid cuts. I mean, it's not just blue state Democrats that are in favor of this. Here are a list of the senators, Republican senators, who are very opposed to some of these cuts. Tommy Tuberville in Alabama, Josh Hawley in Missouri, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. All of them have said that they have some serious concerns about that. So I don't know how you get this past A in the Senate and then B reconciled with the House if you stand pat on some of those things. Where are you willing to negotiate?
Well, I want to spend, and look, I talk to my Republican colleagues, and here's my experience with them. They want to balance the budget. They know we have to balance the budget. They know we can't get interest rates down, inflation under control. So I believe we're all going to come together to make sure we start spending the federal dollars the way they should be spent for the vulnerable, for poor kids like my little brother that can't get health care, that couldn't get health care, to make sure people with chronic illness. I think that's what's going to happen. We're going to spend our dollars better. I'm very optimistic we're going to get a deal done.
And you believe that deal will get done in less than a month, by July 4th?
I'm very optimistic. We're having great conversations. I'll be back in D.C. today with all my colleagues. We're going to be doing this every day this week, working through it. I believe we'll come together.
Can I ask you very quickly about the trade talks with China that are taking place right now? Do you think that China and the United States can work together to get through some of these issues, or is there specifically rare earth minerals and the semiconductors on the two sides? What's your thought on where the talks stand right now and what you'd like to see accomplished?
Well, look, I'd rather we work together, but China's a liar. Everything the government of China says is a complete lie. They never comply with anything. Look at the last Trump trade deal. They didn't comply with that. They don't comply with anything. They're liars. They cheat. They steal. They want to kill us. They're selling fentanyl into our country. 78,000 people died last year. They want to build a military to defeat us. They steal our jobs, our technology. They're liars. Stop doing business with them. I'm a business guy. All right, if I got screwed in a business deal, you think I would do another business deal with them? No way. That would be stupidity. Don't do business with China. And look, if anybody can do it, Trump can do it. But look, they're not going to comply with anything, ever.
Senator Scott, thank you for your time today.
All right, have a great day. Bye-bye.
Up next, Meta looking to invest billions in scale AI. That and other corporate stories after the break. And then President Trump saying his pick for the next Fed chief is coming, in his words, very soon. We'll dive into some names, try to figure out who may be his top choice. Squawk Box coming right back.
Zepbound means change. For adults with obesity to help lose weight and keep it off. Zepbound can help adults lose up to 48 pounds. And some lost over 58 pounds.
Zepbound works differently by activating two naturally occurring hormone receptors in my body.
It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
I'm working to help break the cycle of weight loss and regain.
Zepbound means change.
Discover the weight loss you could be bound for.
Ask your healthcare provider about Zepbound. Explore savings options today.
This thing is so good for your gut health.
I used to have collagen, I used to have probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking it.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The crypto market is soaring, and so can your impact. Covenant House provides shelter, food, and hope to thousands of homeless youth every day. By donating crypto, cash, or stock, you can change young lives forever. Visit covenanthouse.org/crypto today and turn this market moment into a movement of compassion. Together, let's make every coin and dollar count.
CNBC. Live ambitiously. Never miss a moment.
One of the people who I've respected over the years, Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 8/10.
I think these stable coins are actually going to be the savior of dollar hegemony in the world, not a detractor from it.
We're going to address the debt problem at the same time as we are making the economy work again.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The futures right now are in the green across the board. Let's check out the price of crude, now trading near its highest level since late April, 65. Meta is in talks to potentially invest more than $10 billion in AI startup Scale AI. That's according to a Bloomberg report. It says it's unclear what form the financing might take, but an 11-figure investment would be one of the biggest ever for a private company. Scale provides services that help companies train machine learning models. It raised $1 billion a year ago in a Series F funding round that values the company at close to $14 billion. Investors include Meta and Amazon. And take a look at the shares of Scale AI using data from Forge Global. It's important to remember this data is useful for showing a general trend, since Scale is still a private company, isn't nearly as liquid, obviously, as a public company.
Apple in focus today as well. Shares are down double digits year to date. Investors are looking for the latest AI developments from the tech giant's leader, Tim Cook, when he gives his keynote address. Apple AI is expected to unveil some design changes to the iPhone, the Mac, and the Watch, and we'll be keeping track of all of that. Up next, though, we check in with Rick Santelli at the CME and senior economics reporter Steve Leisman to talk treasuries, jobs, and what investors can expect later this week when we get the latest inflation data. Right now, as we head to a break, let's take a look at this morning's pre-market winners and losers in the S&P 500. We'll be right back.
Optimism isn't sunshine and rainbows. It's fixing things, changing the way we fix things. Rolled up sleeves, breaking through, growing power to meet growing needs, working to run the world on smarter energy every day, taking power where the grid's never been, then getting up and doing it again. Because if optimism never stops, then change can't either. GE Vernova, the energy of change.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I'm Allison Lundberg, strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Wagner came to us with a goal to make their website user experience seamless and simplify access to product information for customers. We build enterprise websites like this all the time. Through a fully integrated digital transformation, WagnerSprayTech.com is now a fast, mobile-optimized website with an engaging user experience. For complete website and digital solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
In our previous home, we had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
We pull the curtain behind the money managers to show you how you can be a better investor yourself.
It's like he's drawn open the curtain on the secrets of Wall Street. It's just a great guy to have.
Go to cnbc.com/join.
Hulu has live music. Get ready to Bonnaroo right from your living room as the biggest artists take the stage. Bonnaroo Music Festival. Streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by Venmo. Venmo everything with the Venmo debit card.
Golf, it's always bigger in Texas.
A remarkable round of golf. You are kidding me. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, this is amazing.
It's awesome.
It's a party out here.
Live is lit. Crushers start the party here in Dallas.
Where do you go to a golf tournament and get an amazing concert? Nowhere but Live Golf.
Get your tickets to Live Golf Dallas.
President Trump says his pick for the next Fed chair will be Steve Leisman, which is, no, that's not true. That is not, I made that up. I think it might not, he could do worse than that.
Thank you, Joe. That's nice, I guess.
What he actually said.
How about a tandem, me and Rick? Or Rick and I guess.
You would cover the whole landscape there. What he actually said.
Let's cut, let's hike, let's cut, let's hike.
Yeah, what he actually said, well, no, you don't want to, you agree with him. There shouldn't be a cut, I think.
Well, let's see where we are.
Well, first let me say he did not say that. I hate when I have to correct things that I say, but he did not say he's going to pick Steve Lee. He did say that his pick for the next chair will be coming, in his words, very soon. Here with us is our Steve Leisman and Rick Santelli, and I've been pushing for this segment, like that we should do this all the time. I don't know. I have no juice around here, though, but it's happening today. What do you think, Rick? Kevin Warsh is hawkish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think he'd be a great candidate. I think the president's notion about where interest rates should be doesn't necessarily dovetail with where I believe they should be, but I don't have a problem with him having an opinion. He certainly doesn't seem to be calling out the National Guard to enforce his opinion on Fed fund futures or on where the rate is. And I think Warsh is obviously a high-level, very intelligent, great pick. I'm sure Steve would not disagree with that.
I think Kevin would be a good pick. I think the thing is not, is he hawkish or is he dovish? The way I like to think about this is the extent to which the next Fed chair would embrace essentially what Kevin Hassett is saying. And what Kevin is saying is that if you look at the CEA forecast, we're going to have high growth and we're going to have low inflation. And that's a forecast that you can set monetary policy on. Unfortunately, this particular Fed, I don't think, is ready to embrace that. I think they're open to the possibility of it, Joe. I just don't think they're ready to take a flyer on it right now. And from an investment standpoint, if you're in that, and Rick, tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm sorry, Joe, if we end up disagreeing too much on this. I mean, that may ruin the whole concept of the thing.
I'll figure something out.
But let me get here first. Rick, if you would embrace the CEA forecast, which is high growth and low inflation, the 30-year and the 10-year bonds would seem to be something you would want to take a stake in right now, because under that scenario, you could imagine those yields falling and the prices rising.
Well, first of all, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but my first issue would be that I don't ever believe in forecasts, and I think trying to tune policy to a forecast is crazy, because forecasts are rarely correct. Second thing is, I disagree with it even if that was a true forecast. Because in my opinion, considering debt levels, should the U.S. economy be doing well, even with less inflation than a worst case or medium case scenario, I still think longer dated interest rates are going to have a propensity to be aiming upward, even with that inflation issue pushed off to the side. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to get back down to 2%, but I certainly do believe that energy prices are going to contribute to a potential getting inflation down to the original Fed target. And once again, I mean, I know the administration does things that aren't necessarily things that I would do or the way I would do them, but I think they've done a pretty darn good job trying to get what we have a lot of into the marketplace, and that is energy.
Rick, one of the raps on the first Trump administration was that towards the end, I mean, obviously there was the pandemic, but they weren't exactly strict cost cutters, and they weren't as conservative as conservatives want. And you're hearing the same thing now. What do you think of this bill? I don't think I've even asked you what you think of the bill. And Mike Johnson's got certain constraints, and Majority Leader Thune's got his own list of problems. But is this good enough to not hope for the perfect? I mean, is it good but not perfect, or is it not even good? Is it a big, hideous bill?
Here's the problem. It's very difficult for me as an outsider looking in, given the information I have on this bill or the ability to actually read it line by line. What I find is the difference between a dynamic and a static scoring approach could make a huge difference. Listen, anybody who's watching this understands that if you raise taxes or lower taxes, you're going to alter people's financial behavior, and that doesn't get taken into consideration. Now, having said that, I have a nice way to prove something, okay? We have auctions this week, and if you look at the 10-year auction that we're going to have, pre-COVID, the primary size auction for a 10-year was right in the vicinity of $27 billion pre-COVID. Now it's $42 billion. That's an increase. That's an increase of 55%. And if you look at 30 years, it's an increase of 24% pre-COVID to current primary auctions. That alone tells you the problem we have. This administration isn't making it smaller, but they only had a limited role in making it bigger. It's been a long glide path. So to answer your question directly, I would like to see smaller deficits for sure. But you can't do it all in one budget or all in one administration. We're going to have to do it more into a program of a long-term objective. I would like to see more of that, but I think this bill at least does prove something, that if we give tax cuts and extension, the economy will do much better. What they don't tell us, Joe, is if we don't do it and we don't add that $2.4 trillion over 10 years, how much of a negative vibe is the economy going to get? How will tax receipts fall? See, these are the true issues that it's hard to get a reality or a grasp on.
Would you vote yes if you were in the House or the Senate, Steve?
I'm deeply conflicted on this, Joe. I agree with the notion that we need to get our fiscal policy on a more sustainable path. I would like to see it come, heretically, I guess, for this particular program and conversation, from some combination of revenue and cuts. I would like to see I would not like to see some of the benefits to poor and low-income people be whittled away. I know there's a debate about the extent to which that's going to happen in this bill. I would like to see less of that happen. And I will point out a contradiction here, that we're talking about the benefits of lower taxes. At the same time, you just had Kevin Hassett on saying that he expects $2.8 trillion to be raised in revenue from tariffs. And I guess there's a belief that all of that somehow is paid by manufacturers overseas. But my point would be, you are substantially raising taxes on consumers. You're going to have a negative effect on that. But at the same time, you won't raise taxes on wealthier people because you're afraid of the negative effect. I think that's a little contradictory. I think there's a little bit of give and take from both sides that's possible here, Joe, on a little bit more revenue from, say, the wealthier end of the spectrum and a little bit less in the way of cuts. But to put us ultimately on a sustainable path in a bipartisan way is what I would search for.
Even if it's not the manufacturers, you love taxes. If it is a tax, why don't
taxes,
no? But
Joe.
if it is a tax, why don't you like the tariff as a tax? That's a way of raising money. Why don't you like it?
Because they're regressive in the first instance, highly regressive, and I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure that's the way you want to be raising revenue right now.
I'm not a fan of some of the huge. I mean, we've talked about this continually. Some of the new tax cuts that are being put in. No taxes on tips. No taxes on Social Security benefits.
I don't think.
And the real estate business and the hedge fund business, they get away with none of that.
That's small though. But Rick,
but every little bit adds up.
Yeah, but we're not doing nearly enough to reform to take Medicaid back to what it was supposed to be. I mean, that is I think it's a total red herring. What you're talking about, people losing things from trying to get Medicaid where it's not totally gamed by states to, I don't know what they do with the money half the time, but it's not going where it's supposed to go. Right.
You know, if we just look at, once again, I've said this a lot, and other politicians, politicos have said it as well. If you look at the pre-COVID budget, that was what, anywhere from 18 to 20% smaller in terms of baseline. Steve, it seemed to me that nobody was really too upset with the way things broke down in Medicare, Medicaid, all the issues that we're discussing because we ramped it up during COVID to go back to those pre-levels. This is really a lesson in government, that once the government gives anything, trying to take it back is impossible, even if it's said that it's temporary. Hey, we're going to do this for 3 years or 5 years, then we're going to rescind it or it's going to sunset. It never does.
There's a name for
it's
it.
an expansion forever.
With an 8, some guy. Where crisis level spending never goes back to the pre-crisis. There's an actual.
And that's the problem. So, Steve, honestly, just give me an honest answer, Steve. Steve, an honest answer. Pre-COVID, Were you happy with the complexion of where our spending was? I mean, 19% higher. We have to look at that. And as we take it away, we can't say, oh, my God, we're pushing Grandma off a cliff. Because we didn't push her over a cliff pre-COVID.
I'm unfortunately in favor of expanding health insurance, Rick, and I'm also in favor of the idea that people should not
Then we need to make more money as a country to pay for it. We can't pay for it with borrowed money.
We can pay for some of it with borrowed money, Rick, but we need to put it on a trajectory.
Why can't we do this right?
You want to run you want to do everything pay as you go. Is what you want to do.
New programs need to pay for themselves. Get the baseline back, and anything you want to spend it. I don't care what you give people in terms of entitlements.
I agree with that.
As long as you pay for it.
I agree with that, Rick. But then how are you going to cut taxes?
If you don't cut taxes, if you let it expire, you're going to ding the economy, and you'll be able to afford less in terms of being able to help people. That's the reality I see.
We are done. Yeah, it's the Higgs effect. It was Robert Higgs, and he had a 1987 book called Crisis and Leviathan, which is such a good name because that's what each crisis adds to the size of the. I mean, how many arms does it have? The Leviathan.
But we made some progress here, I think. Joe,
by the way, getting back to the beginning of the conversation, that's one of Warsh's big problems. He keeps seeing the expanded role of the Federal Reserve in each crisis as we go forward.
He's complained about that.
And he's complained about that. Just talk about crisis and Leviathan.
Size of the balance sheet.
Maybe that does put him in a good position with Republicans, at least, if not necessarily.
No, because Kevin wants to rein in that the size of the Fed's balance sheet.
Yeah.
And that's something that I don't think the president necessarily wants.
But I do think Republicans in general in Congress do.
They want that, right. And they want to get out of the mortgage business, which is going to be negative for that. So it's not an easy thing to do, Kevin, going through with his theoretical ideas, necessarily in practice when it comes to politics.
You know how I could make heads explode, Rick? I could say maybe Judy Shelton. And your head will explode.
Yeah, there you go.
My head never explodes. I'm perfectly under control.
She'd take away the interest. How much do these big banks make from the Fed paying them all those nice things?
Ted Cruz wants to take that away. That was his point the other day.
Wait, hold on. Before we go, we had a thing, Rick. It was called PayGo. Remember that?
You do have a thing.
We had Pay As You Go.
I love PayGo.
What happened to that?
I love PayGo. PayGo. Let's bring it back.
All right, thank you.
That was like toga.
This is very cordial. This wasn't bad. This was fine. We're going to make a thing out of this. Thank you.
Greco's begging.
I know. He begs a lot.
All right, when we return, Bitcoin hovering around $107,000 this morning. We'll talk digital currencies, recent crypto news, and we'll get an outlook for asset prices with Anthony Pompliano. That's next. Right now, though, as we head to a break, take a look at shares of United Health. Reports this morning that the company is weighing multiple bids for its Latin American operations after a series of missteps that includes the ouster of its CEO and an accounting probe. Those reports say the company has multiple bids for its Banmédica subsidiary, which operates in Colombia and Chile, for about $1 billion. Squawk Box will be right back.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they?
Oh, interns.
We're interns.
Good day!
I'll see you tomorrow.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Luxury needs performance. Peter Millar. city is immune from financial challenges. But with Assured Guaranty's municipal bond insurance, investors' bonds can be. Assured Guaranty, a stronger bond.
This thing is so good for your gut health.
I used to have a collagen, I used to have probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking it.
America is built with perseverance, resilience, and determination. And you can put that strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Mutual Insured Bonds. BAM protects municipal bond investments that finance the backbone of our country. You'll invest with the confidence of an added layer of security and guaranteed income you can count on. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Insured Bonds.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Market destination?
CNBC Plus. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Oh, he's a good boy.
Audiences give How to Train Your Dragon an A. It's the cinematic ride of the summer. This is how you reimagine a classic. How to Train Your Dragon, rated PG.
Gemini, don't put me next to those two guys. Jeez. Gemini, they're like 6'6", and they're like billionaires. Shut. Crypto exchange funded by Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss has filed confidentially for an IPO. Put me next to Pump for an IPO in the U.S. A press release on Friday said listing is expected to occur after the SEC completes its review process, subject to market conditions. The news follows a blockbuster debut, Bob, for stablecoin issuer Circle last week. That stock soared in its first 2 days of trading. It's up again today in the pre-market. Pomp is here to talk Bitcoin and other crypto assets, is Anthony Pompliano. He is founder and CEO of Professional Capital Management. Did you know Circle was going to do this?
I did not expect Circle to do this, but before we talk about that, you're the best looking of the three up there, so don't worry about it.
And of course, it's really the best looking of the two, since
they look
basically the same.
No, look, I think with Circle, there's a really big kind of shift on Wall Street, which is they are looking to figure out where's the intersection of cryptocurrencies and traditional finance. And obviously, stable coins, I think, is one area where they've said, hey, not only is this something that the market wants in terms of the free market of users on the internet, but it's also something that we can benefit from ourselves as well. And you hear many of the large banks and financial institutions talking about using stablecoins themselves. So it's something that is touching on crypto, but it's something that they understand and they can use themselves. And so I think maybe a word of caution is that every crypto company that now tries to go public may not get the same welcome. It may be more of a stablecoin story than it is a crypto story. But then there's companies like Gemini, which are great businesses and seem to have done really well over the years. And so it's really just going to come down to not are you a crypto company or are you not? Are you a good business or not?
So tell us about Gemini's business.
Well, I think with Gemini, one of the things that they've always said is, look, they want to be a regulated U.S. financial institution, right? And so they've run ad campaigns all across the country doing that. They've really, I think, listened to the users and said not only they want to have the right interfaces, they've come out with this crypto credit card that gives crypto rewards back to users, very popular product. And so I think that what you're starting to see here is a meeting of traditional finance and crypto, right? If you look at exchanges, Robinhood is a traditional brokerage exchange. A very fast-growing segment of that is crypto. If you look at Kraken is a crypto exchange that's trying to add U.S. equities. And I think companies like Gemini are saying to themselves, well, what other financial services can we offer to our user base? And this credit card that they came out with is a good example. And I think you'll see all of these exchanges continue to do this in the future.
The Robinhood markets really built up last week on the expectation of going to the S&P 500. It was down more than, I think it was down more than 5% earlier. Now it's off by about 3.3%. Weird moves like that don't faze you much, I guess.
Coming from the Bitcoin world, a 3% move is, just par for the course.
Yeah.
But look, I do think that we have an entire generation of investors. I call them either self-directed investors or independent investors. Retail, it now owns something like 36 or 38% of U.S. Stock in the market. It's the highest percentage that they've ever owned. These people are used to volatility, and a lot of it comes from the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency world. But now you're starting to see volatility trickle into the U.S. stock market as well. And obviously things like tariffs on, tariffs off, and other kind of geopolitical events are leading to that volatility. But what you're seeing is that retail has convinced themselves they are just going to buy the dip. And as they continue to see markets go down, they buy the dip, and then we get those recoveries. And I think that's why you see institutions sitting on the sidelines and not having as much exposure to U.S. equities as maybe retail has had this year.
So kind of a babe in the woods on, we all are. Obviously, it's such a new technology. But so stable coins. Let's say you get a stable coin backed by treasuries that you use the Ether backbone or something. Doesn't that make the case to use Bitcoin as a transactional utility for that? Doesn't it take that away to some extent? And then you've got Bitcoin just stuck with a store of value or a gold analog rather than actually being what you use, for transactions across the globe. Does it make it less attractive?
Well, I think it's a great question because
really,
well, yeah, because Bitcoin. I think there's three things that people want Bitcoin to be. They want it to be a store of value, a medium of exchange, and a unit of account. See things priced in Bitcoin eventually. In order to get there, what we are seeing is that Bitcoin is succeeding and the U.S. dollar is succeeding. They're both strengthening together, and it is the weak fiat currencies that are kind of falling at the feet of those two. Now, one of the things that stablecoins have brought to the market is there's a lot of people around the world that say, I would like to use Bitcoin as a savings account. I call it a digital savings account. I would like to spend something that is not going to be worth more in the future. And so I'll use the digital dollar and these dollar stablecoins. And so if you think about today, the average finance user, they have a savings account, they have a checking account, and they have a brokerage account. That's what we're basically seeing recreated in the digital world. You're saving in Bitcoin, you're spending in stable coins, and then you are going and you're speculating on whatever assets you want in your portfolio. What I think the big question becomes, and I don't have the answer, I don't think anyone does yet, is as we continue to see the destruction of the purchasing power of the US dollar, are we going to see people start to price things in Bitcoin? Now, I don't think that's something that's going to happen in 1, 3, maybe even 5 years, but I do think that there is a growing group of people who say, look, this thing called Bitcoin is ultimately going to be a store of value, as it already is, but it will become a medium of exchange as well. It just needs to get to a point where the world all agrees on what is it worth. And if you think in 2018, the world thought it was worth $3,000 a coin. Today, the world thinks it's worth $105,000 a coin. It's going to continue to go higher, and at some point it will reach some market equilibrium. And then when you see that switch over into, okay, now things are priced in Bitcoin, I think that's kind of the hyper-Bitcoinization that the Bitcoiners are waiting for. But there is a long path to get there, and the sequence right now is, why would I want to spend my Bitcoin if it's going to be worth more in the future? Right? I want to spend the dollars that are going to be worth less in the future.
How many stable coins based on the dollar do we need? And is Ether the best blockchain network to carry it on? Can it be carried on a Bitcoin blockchain? See, I'm telling you, I'm a babe in the woods.
Look, there's a number of different stable coins that have different kind of twists to them. So if you look at Tether, for example, Tether has really said, what we want to do is we want to take the US dollar, which is one of the best product market fit products ever created in human history, and we want to bring it to people in the emerging world. They have something like over 400 million users. I think they're gaining 30 million users per quarter. Just crazy numbers, $13 billion in profit, over $85 million in profit per employee. Amazing business. Circle has said, well, let's go and actually be the U.S. regulated financial institution and try to go get distribution through exchanges like Coinbase and others. So both of them are attacking a market from two different ends, and I think that both will end up having a business. But then you also get a number of stable coins that say, well, what if we take the interest that we're earning from the treasuries that we're holding and we start to return that back to some of the holders? And you get all these different twists, and we'll see what ends up happening.
How important is auditing in all of this? Because, a while ago, this is back in 2016, 2018, there were concerns about Tether. I think it was the CFTC or somebody had said that it was only backed like 20%.
They still didn't give us a great answer last week.
What's the reality of the audit? I mean, I know that Michael Saylor has said there are concerns about some of these full outright audits, but how does an investor feel confident with
I think there's three things that are really important. The first thing is I would not want to compete against Tether. Tether has a massive balance sheet. They have been excellent at executing, and they have a fantastic fantastic business. The second thing is that there was a bunch of this FUD around, hey, do they have the money that they say they have?
Right, because they're supposed to be backed one for one by U.S.
Correct.
dollar for every
There was a
tether.
watershed moment when Howard Lutnick, when he was at Cantor Fitzgerald, came out and he said, I know that they have it because I've seen it. And there's an entire story, which at one point I think the Cantor Fitzgerald team will come out and say of how they went and they actually audited it. But now Tether even has an attestation that they put on their website where you can go and you can see exactly where are all the funds, what is it sitting in, and then not only a breakdown of like this is cash and cash equivalents, but also how many treasuries do they own, how much Bitcoin is in there.
Not just Tether, though. I mean, beyond Tether, is this something that the major, like a PwC or some of the other accounting firms can vouch for? What would make you feel comfortable as an investor?
I think a lot of those firms at first were very nervous about this because it was new, right? They just didn't understand it. They frankly probably were like, you might pay us some money, but we're taking a lot of legal risk in coming out and doing this. Right. That is quickly changing. Obviously, Circle is now a publicly traded company. I think that Tether has done a fantastic job of going and meeting with regulators and politicians and really kind of helping to explain what is the business, how does the technology work. And now you're starting to see a lot of these auditors, these accountants, and various kind of regulatory-friendly service providers.
Because in the early days, it was a bit of the Wild West, and there were a lot of these sort of situations where it wasn't backed up. It wasn't what people said. I know we've come a long way from that, but how do you feel completely comfortable as an investor?
Well, you know, I think there's two different groups of people, right? I think there's the crypto community who, frankly, they don't care. Right, there is a subset of the community who just says, hey, look, I'm basically holding Bitcoin or some token. I need to go from this exchange to another exchange. I need to pay someone. It's a quick transaction. If later on something happens to this token, it doesn't matter. Yeah. I think that that is a very small group of people today. And I actually think now everyone is saying, look, this is really, really important. We need to figure this out. And so these companies are probably more transparent than most of the traditional financial system in terms of day-to-day updating of what are the reserves, where do they sit, what are the different service providers that will actually offer them stuff. Right. And so as an investor, I think you just have to ask yourself, am I willing to take whatever risk I perceive to be there? I happen to think that there's very low risk to the USDCs and USDTs of the world. Some other people may think that there's more, and you know, they'll kind of act accordingly.
All right, Anthony. You said the dollar's been strong. It depends on really where you're sitting. Other people think it's been the worst start to a year.
Well, this year is different than, you know, last 5 to 10
The last 5 to 10 years, it's been dollars and Bitcoin, right? Exactly. Especially if you own something else in a country with really high inflation. You know, you work your ass off, you got nothing in a year. Really.
There's two things that people in the world want. They want dollars and they want Bitcoin, that's for sure.
Exactly. All right. Thanks, Anthony. Before we go to break, check on the shares of Warner Brothers Discovery. CNBC's David Faber breaking the story this morning that the company's splitting into two separate entertainment companies. The stock is on the move. It's up about 8%, just under. Squawk Box will be right back.
IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can simply arrive or make an entrance. Stick to the agenda or experience something unexpected. With IHG's 19 hotel brands, you can guest how you guest.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
CoreWeave has been on a unique and truly extraordinary journey as we build the infrastructure that allows artificial intelligence to achieve its potential. We have built what is one of the most amazing companies and will be one of the most foundational companies on how artificial intelligence is delivered to the world.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
Finding the things you and your family need to be well is kind of a big deal. Finding ways to save on those things is an extra big deal. Check out extra big deals at CVS. Extra Care members get extra big savings on more of what matters most every 2 weeks. It doesn't get extra bigger than that. Shop tons of extra big deals at CVS today and come back for more every 2 weeks.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get over to Dom Chu. He's got a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Hello again, Dom.
All right, Becky, Joe, let's check on some of the big retail stories this morning. Walmart shares up 0.5% after the retail giant's credit cards will once again be issued by Synchrony Financial. Synchrony is going to issue 2 cards, one that is co-branded and can be used outside of Walmart, and one that is just private label for purchases with the retailer. Both are expected to be available in the U.S. later on this year. Walmart shares up 0.5%. Tesla shares still lower in the pre-market, down around 1.5%. Last week's feud between Elon Musk and President Trump weighing on that stock, and Wall Street is a little bit wary. Baird downgraded the stock to neutral. Analysts there say they believe Musk's comments about the robo-taxi ramp-up rate are too optimistic, and that the CEO's ties to the president have added to uncertainty. Those analysts at Argus are lowering their rating to hold. The firm said the stock appears to be trading on non-fundamental events, specifically highlighting what they called the worsening tiff between the president and, of course, the world's richest man. So keep an eye on Tesla shares. And we'll end with eToro shares up about 4.5% here after Goldman Sachs initiated coverage of the stock this morning with a buy rating and a $76 target price, saying a differentiated tech-enabled business drives a compelling European market share story. So keep an eye on that, guys. I'll send things back over to you.
Okay, Dom, thank you. We'll see you back here tomorrow. In fact, everybody will see you all back here tomorrow. That does it for us today. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures are adding to gains ahead of last week's gains, ahead of an important week. Got events for Apple and Tesla, some key inflation data, U.S.-China trade discussions kicking off right now, in fact, in London. 10-year yields back above 4.5. Our roadmap begins with the U.S. and China meeting for those talks. Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, and Trade Rep Greer in London for this face-to-face with Beijing's lead negotiator.
Warner Brothers Discovery is splitting into 2 public companies. We'll tell you what that means for the companies and, of course, for the media landscape. And Apple is set to kick off its Worldwide Developers Conference. That'll be later today. And, of course, it does come with plenty of questions for the company about its AI strategy.
Let's begin with the markets. S&P's entering a new trading week slightly above 6K. U.S. and Chinese officials, as we said, meeting in London for trade talks. Jim, Hassett on Squawk today, kind of framing this about maybe a reset on rare earths.
Yeah, I think that we didn't think about rare earth when we started, or maybe we thought about contacting Mexico, which has big rare earth, or maybe we thought about doing MP Materials deal, which was, of course, a SPAC, but I think we didn't do anything. So we kind of got hung from the get-go. I'm not quite sure exactly what we were thinking. I think that the key is a person who happens to be in London at the time, Jensen Huang, because they want very much to have advanced chips. You make advanced chips versus some sort of rare earth. But David,
yes,
fact is, they are rare earth. We used to be rare earth. We kind of gave it up. Environmental.
We gave up rare earths. Now we need them.
Yeah, now
they've got them.
Yeah, and so we need them for. It's not just autos. I mean, it's pretty much everything.
It's a lot of things, not to mention future products as well. That we're not making a lot of. The robots are going to need them too.
Right, but how about the F-35? That's great to be hostage to China, right? The F-35, or chief warplane.
So it gives them some leverage, doesn't it?
Good.
Oh, good. Well, I go. You were at Tony last night for that, huh?
That's why I'm here for you guys. That's why I'm here for you.
Yeah, well, we'll talk Zaslav in a moment. But in the meantime...
Is that all I'm good for?
No, that was so...
See how his brain worked? Actually, you're not good for anything. Except maybe some ridiculous stuff on media.
See human, associate ticker symbol.
Well, yes, the fact is Mexico has a sizable rare earth. I don't know whether they've contacted them. I get the feeling that they thought somehow that we didn't need them, rare earth. I don't know.
Who thought that? The administration?
Yeah. Well, the administration's so blind to China. You notice, by the way, Peter Navarro not going. That would have been a nice flamethrower in there.
Meantime, a report that some 737 Maxes are elite landing, new ones, suggesting that maybe deliveries are back on track there.
Oh, I think they are. I think that they need them. I think that to not be in that queue, and David, you can verify this for me, to not be in that queue means you don't get anything.
Yeah, you got to be in the queue.
Got to be in the queue.
If you're not in the queue, you're definitely not going to get any. And they've got plenty of people who want to be in the queue.
My
at Boeing.
God, 2030 is the first you'd see them.
Yeah.
2030 is going to be a major year because that's the first nuclear year, too.
It's the first what year?
Nuclear.
Oh, the first year the plant's being done now will be ready,
now that's
will be
small,
commissioned.
Well, I'm just saying when you watch what's underneath us, the only things that matter are nuclear, core weave kind of things, and anything that is related to Bitcoin. Those are the stocks. Now, none of those would I regard as speculative. I would call them as uber speculative, but that's what people want. Until one of these companies goes and does a 50 million share secondary, we're going to continue to see this activity because this is just an outgrowth of GameStop.
You think so?
Well, that said, Jim, we got the XLI at an all-time high. Industrials. Citi today raises their target. Mike Wilson, pretty constructive note this morning.
Look, data center, which I think people are starting to realize is not going away, requires, you've got stuff that's coming in, taking up 5% of the electric grid. So you have a grid that hasn't had to be rebuilt in ages. You have this incredible spur. You still, of course, have the Biden money coming in. So I also think the reshoring has started. There's actually reshoring. So, I mean, all these things are creating a industrial boom. David, industrial inflation boom?
Inflation boom?
I'm just teeing these off for you.
I know.
And you keep coming back.
This is what I do. I just repeat what you say, and I say it in a different way, and they pay me to do that. It's amazing.
Streaming?
I just sit here and do that all day. Streaming? Yes. What about streaming? It's the future. It's the present. It's everything. All right, you want to talk about it? You seem anxious to get to Warner Brothers Discovery.
I'm very anxious, yeah.
Yes.
I just took a Xanax because I'm so worried about this.
What else you taking this morning? Anything else we need to know about?
A Klonopin, but that was 4 hours ago. Now I'm fine.
Only one, though, right?
Half.
Okay, good. Whew, glad we got that out of the way. All right, let's talk about Warner Brothers Discovery, shall we? Of course, the company, as we told you on May 8th, it was, I think, the first time I'd sort of said the split was imminent. And, well, I'm not sure you want to define imminent, but they announced it this morning. They're splitting in two. You can see the reaction. We'll see what the stock does when it opens about 25 minutes from now. Two companies, again, as expected. There are a few things, though, that were not necessarily anticipated, and I'll get to them in a minute. But as for what you're going to be looking at if you're a Warner Brothers Discovery shareholder, well, you're going to get one share of a streaming and studios business comprised of Warner Brothers, their television, of course, and motion picture group. They're number one in terms of studio, in terms of TV. You also get HBO as a part of that, and you get the streaming service, HBO Max, most likely to become HBO at some point once they finally get rid of Max. You know, who needs Max? Global networks, sports, news, television brands, obviously all of the big cable networks. People know whether it's CNN, TNT, all the Discovery networks as well. You get over the air in Europe. A lot of sports there, here as well. Sports rights all will be with TNT. They've got that big market, I know, but it's worth a lot actually in Poland as well. Bleacher Report. So it's a split. And the question will be, of course, how's the market going to account for it? Is it going to accord a far higher multiple to the growth engine, namely streaming and the studio, which will have very little debt, is what I'm told, and what they're sort of forecasting of the $34 billion in total debt at the company, most of which will go to where the cash flow producing assets are, namely the global networks business. Currently levered overall, the company about 3.8 times, and this has been, guys, we've sat here, let's look at 3 years. It's over 3 years since they closed the deal. It's 4 years since it was announced, and it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. And in part because the decline of linear cable networks has been even worse than many of the pessimists might have imagined, and the cash flows associated with it have continued to go down. And when you have a large debt load, the investor base is simply going to be worried, and in this case, they were. Now, to that point, there is a component of this deal that was not necessarily something we had forecast, which is a very large tender that is going to be available to debt holders. They're going to borrow $17.5 billion in a bridge facility from J.P. Morgan. It will be replaced at some point when this is completed by a secured debt facility, but they're going to go out and make a bid for a lot of their debt. John Malone makes him very happy. Of course, he's been talking about this. A lot of it trades at significant discounts to its face value. They're going to offer it the same spread it was issued. And the hope is that a lot of debt holders are going to line up here and you're going to be able to reduce your overall indebtedness by, it could be $3-4 billion overall dollars. That's significant when it comes to interest costs, when it comes to leverage, when it comes to a lot of things. And it's kind of coercive in part because, well, if you don't do it, if you aren't part of it, we're going to be getting a big secured facility that's going to be above you in the capital structure. You probably want to do this. So they're hoping and expecting that. If it doesn't happen, I'm still told they feel they are completely in the clear legally to do this, that the bondholders are not going to be able to jam them up. But we'll see. They'd rather that was not the case. Zaslav's going to run streaming in studios. Gunnar Wiedenfeld's the current CFO of the company, going to run the company that's going to look a lot more like our future company, Versant, although a lot bigger.
A scale.
Yeah, it has more scale when it comes to cable. And obviously, as I said, over the air in Europe, a number of other businesses. But we've been talking about the declining cash flows here for a long time, Jim. And one question I think is, from investors is, why now? Now, Zaslav would say, because we weren't ready. We had to get streaming ready. We had to cut costs. We had to do a lot of different things. Now is the right time. But others might say, couldn't it have been a year ago? Why is this the right approach?
Would JP Morgan give them that bridge loan a year ago?
I don't know. I mean, I think so. They got downgraded to junk recently.
Yeah, I know. But David, Zaslav you have to tell people about, this is a man with big ambitions who I think would like to put together the largest category winner.
Yes.
Is that not true? I mean,
I think, listen, when you look at both of these companies, the question will immediately be, all right, what consolidation opportunities are available to them? Right. I think streaming and studio, that business, certainly you could see the possibility of a Paramount streaming business or the Peacock business of NBC Universal. Do they want to be a part of this in some way? I don't know the answer, but that will certainly be part of the conjecture. Or is it possible that an Apple or an Amazon or a YouTube would ever want to just step up and say, we'll buy it all? Now, by the way, on that front, you get into regulatory questions, too. And this is down the road.
But if you put
this deal has got no regulatory issues whatsoever.
If you put together a couple cable outlets so that the content is king, does that work?
I don't know.
Really?
I mean,
I don't know. You don't think that'd be better than separate? One nation?
What do you mean?
I'm saying you have different cable. You have content cable companies put together with the CFO. So you're not just one CNN. You put together a whole news vertical.
A whole news vertical?
Yeah.
Meaning what?
You'd have, say, business news, sports news.
Oh, you're trying to get us sold. Is that what you're trying to get us broken out?
David, that's not what I'm talking about.
We're not leaving Versant. You got a problem with Versant already? We haven't even started.
I just learned how to pronounce it, so it's great.
Well, you can go with the French pronunciation, Versant.
I think he works for us.
Or you can go with Versant.
Well, there you go. I didn't know that, and I learned something every day.
And by my way, they haven't come up with names yet for global networks.
Nothing's going to happen. I got to tell you, nothing's going to. There's my prediction. Nothing. Okay.
What is
my
that
prediction? Well, I don't think that I want to. Until I see the media business have this huge turnaround, Carl, I just think that it's every man for himself.
The media business is fine. It's just the wrong part of the media business. YouTube is doing just fine.
I mean, even Netflix now is having to dip into the YouTube content pool, bringing on Mr. Beast, things like that.
Well, look, that magnet. But Melius has this great piece today. That Nathanson. Look, there's a couple of you get ads in TikTok. You get ads in.
Yes, TikTok is the media.
You get ads in Meta.
Yes.
You get ads in YouTube, and then it's like, what else? It's the only way. I mean, that's what's like. Go back to that conference call where Zuckerberg said, listen, you don't need any ad firms, which, by the way, if you look at the ad firms, including WPP this weekend, you don't.
They got, I mean, with their AI tools at Meta, there's a different subject, but, I mean, if you didn't want to own Publicis or any of those names, right?
You give it to them, and they say, look, we know what colors work. We know what times work. Why do you need an ad firm? We know exactly what they want to look at. We know where it's placed. So cut out the ad firm and give us a check. It will save you a lot of money. We'll do better. I don't know. I think that's what maybe the greatest single package I have heard in media advertising. I mean, I just don't think there's anything that you can sell on linear that can top that. Nothing.
Thanks,
because
Jim.
it's that great.
That's great.
Well, no, look, I have tremendous respect for Zuckerberg. He's put together.
Yeah.
He's very honest.
Can't you at least
just send us a check?
Be a homer a little bit here, just a little bit. Give us a little something.
Not after you treated me so awfully at the beginning of the show.
Do you remember that?
No, that was minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
Okay.
I don't remember that at all.
I can be like David, too. What do you have? What do you have? Oh, look at this. My stepson got engaged. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking. You didn't know. I mean, you were talking? Were you talking or not?
Tie, I think.
It's a Brioni. You wouldn't know what a Brioni is to save your life.
Here we go. Here we go.
It's good stuff. Good stuff to start the week. When we come back, AI is definitely in focus. We'll get to Apple's WWDC today. As Jim mentioned, Jensen Huang in the UK talking about a Goldilocks message. Take a look at the pre-market here. Bunch of movers to get to. We'll get started after a short break.
Who knows what tomorrow will bring?
We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between things above and things below the surface. Those who navigate risk by meeting every turn with a heightened awareness of what's possible. Constant assessment. Determine the best position. Catch the perfect wave. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
What does it mean to live a rich life? It means brave first leaps, tearful goodbyes, and everything in between. With over 100 years' experience navigating the ups and downs of the market and of life, our financial advisors will be there to help guide you through, so you can move ahead with confidence. Because with all you've done to find your rich, we'll do all we can to help you keep enjoying it.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the Open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Golf, it's always bigger in Texas.
A remarkable round of golf. You are kidding me. Absolutely stunning.
Man, this is amazing.
It's awesome.
It's a party out here.
Live is lit. Crushers start the party here in Dallas.
Where do you go to a golf tournament and get an amazing concert? Nowhere but Live Golf.
Get your tickets to Live Golf Dallas.
There have been 3 nights of unrest in Los Angeles over the weekend, as you know. Crowds protesting these federal immigration raids. They've been clashing with law enforcement. Want to get to NBC News' Liz Kreutz, who's in downtown L.A. Liz, what's the latest?
Well, hey there. Yeah, I mean, right now it's a little bit of a temporary moment of calm after what's been an extremely tense night here and really weekend here in downtown L.A. This area has now been deemed an unlawful assembly area. This is some of the damage from these protests yesterday. This was a Waymo car that was lit on fire. We were here yesterday as protesters set multiple Waymo cars on fire. We saw protesters flood the Interstate Highway 101, shutting down traffic in both directions, getting into intense clashes with police who deployed pepper spray, tear gas, rubber bullets to try to disperse the crowds. All of this erupting after ICE immigration raids over the past several days here in L.A. President Trump bringing in the National Guard, bypassing The state, Governor Newsom here opposed to this, and he lashed out at President Trump for doing so. Take a listen.
Donald Trump has created the conditions you see on your TV tonight. He's exacerbated the conditions. He's, lit the proverbial match. He's putting fuel on this fire ever since he announced he was taking over the National Guard. An illegal act, an immoral act, an unconstitutional act, and we're going to test that theory with a lawsuit tomorrow.
And we should say it is an extremely rare move by the Trump administration to do this. The last time an administration bypassed a state to do this was in 1965, when then President Lyndon B. Johnson brought in Alabama National Guards to protect civil rights protesters. So as that feud continues, though, we are continuing to try to get a sense of what might happen today. We said it's calm right now, but President Trump and his border czar have said that they do plan to continue with these ICE raids. Whether or not they happen today remains to be seen. But the president says if these clashes continue, he'll not only bring in the National Guard, but also is ready to deploy Marines here as well. Back to you.
Liz Kreutz of NBC News. Liz, thank you for that. Jim, Andrew Cuomo is on the tape right now saying that Trump's formula is to create chaos in American cities. Can the market look past this kind of activity?
I think it can. I think the market's been able to I would say, digest the news without being able to impact stocks. We're following whether Jensen Huang is connected at all with the right now with the talks with China in London. I mean, that's kind of what we're really about right now. We're just about tariffs. And everything else is secondary or tertiary. I think this is tertiary.
Yeah. It's very hard to measure, obviously, for us when it gets to some level that you believe it will impact investors or the way people are thinking about it. Clearly not there yet, but I don't know. Do you know when you see it? Is that kind of what it comes to?
Well, I mean, look, I think you start getting into things where you don't have any precedent whatsoever. And then you say,
we're almost there. The Marines hitting the streets would be pretty much unprecedented.
We've had the 101st be involved with civil rights. It's just that it hasn't been.
Well, you got Newsom daring Tom Homan to arrest him last night.
Yeah. I think it was right to run what we just did, because it could matter. But my job is to shoot down what doesn't matter. And I can tell you that this is a market that is petrified that we're not going to be able to have a tariff deal. It's not a market that cares until, let's say, the Supreme Court is disobeyed. Then I think we start paying attention. I think there's a lot of people who feel the Supreme Court is going to be disobeyed at a certain point. But right now, they've got 5. But Chief Justice Roberts is not rolled. He's an independent. And that's when I think we'll care. And until then, I think we'll be oblivious.
Yep. That was Bill Clinton's comment last week, whether the courts hold. We'll watch the situation in L.A. closely. Squawk on the Streets back in a moment.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
Order submitted.
My way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
Is travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence.
for over 15 years. We have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Agriculture is the main life in Sussex County, and I'm very proud of that. I felt like we were being left behind. Everybody around us seemed to have internet, but we did not. When I found out that Comcast was coming, I ran down the road and I said, welcome. High-speed internet is one of those good things that we needed to help us move our farming, our small businesses, our recreation forward. And now future generations will thrive here in Sussex County.
To get a stock down this much, you have to effectively go to war with the President of the United States. So many people own Tesla because Elon Musk was tight with Trump. Now that they're on bad terms, not such a good reason.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
As you know, got some gains put together last week, back above 6K on the S&P for the first time since February.
Good morning, guys.
Listen to and follow this Walk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Dude, we might get 22,000 today, easily. Yeah. 15 minutes is near the top. 3 minutes is showing it's gonna go down. So I'm gonna wait.
Juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame. Training Dragon, coming to theaters June 13th.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television.
Challenges in the company's life. This one is the one I'm most excited about.
I'm Tony Steve, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. After Kansas City Steaks experienced declining traffic and conversion rates, they came to us primed for online growth. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. By leveraging an omni-channel digital marketing strategy, KansasCitySteaks.com attracted new customers and significantly increased ROI. For complete website and digital marketing solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations, to build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies, to innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
It's brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
3 minutes. I think I'm gonna long before open. I'm gonna try to long. Yeah, I'm gonna long now. See if it gets some kind of pump. It looks like it wants to go up. I don't know. I already long at 810, so yeah. Well, bot's long at 762, so I'm just gonna hold it for now.
regular stocks, options, but it also has something that is called copy trader social features, where you get to automatically replicate the strategies of top performing investors. So this has captured the interest of the Robinhood crowd.
I need to take it slow because I'm near payout on futures elite. Yeah, I just need about 400. I was like almost blown. Took like a week and a half, and I'm back up.
Yeah, and of course, this for obvious reasons have come back to this recent crop IPOs, whether it's eToro or CoreWeave, or most recently Circle, which has been incredible.
I was going to do Circle,
And Chime is coming later this week, guys.
That's another Chime, because that's the way the business works.
And
come on, baby,
pump
it.
It is a heady time, perhaps. We certainly would not be unexpected to see a lot more companies saying, "All right, let's hit that window."
Well, when are we going to see the stocks themselves start percolating to underwriting?
You keep talking about that, but I mean, I obviously would be beneficial for Goldman and a Morgan Stanley, but it's.
I should have waited. I think it's gonna dip.
I don't know. You got to get it really going big for it to really move the needle in a quick way.
It's just that there are so many companies right now that can do a secondary. That are, anything that's flying car, anything that's rocket, anything that's quantum. These are all, of course, CoreWeave is anything that's data center. Carl, we're at a moment where we are trying, I think we're unwilling to just say it. This is probably the most speculative I've seen since 21.
Spring of 21, we remember those days.
It's very speculative right now.
At the same time, Apollo this morning with another multi-decade low. And Torsten's argument is that it's...
There we go. Come on, baby. Give me that pump. There we go. Let's see.
Consulting and engineering services firm celebrating its 30th. David, I guess we'll watch to see how WBD trades on a big day for media.
We will. The stock looked up. I assume it will be up again. It was, it's been over a month since we were telling people that this split was going to happen. They announced it. Now it will take over a year to actually complete it. Went through a lot of the details earlier, including, of course, things that were not expected.
I got out my long.
Tender for a lot of their bonds. They have $34 billion total.
Long at 800.
17.5 billion to go tender for a lot of their bonds at discount. Another component I failed to mention.
Yeah, I can hear your TV mostly. I can hear you.
20% ownership that Global Networks is going to have in the streaming and studio.
Damn, that drop. I just got in at 800 long.
Of the deal after it closes. The expectation is, though, they will dispose of that quickly. And for tax purposes, it makes sense in order for them to do so over what may be the first year. But that also acts almost like cash.
Yeah.
And you were able to pay down debt with it. So it's
I think I'll pump later.
Carl there, which is where so much of the focus, of course, these last 3 years has been.
Just need a little pullback.
Adjusted EBITDA for 25, right? 1.3 billion. Some comments from the
service, yes.
Some comments from the call about efficiency from Gunnar, and direct mention of layoffs, but you have to imagine that'll be a priority.
And David, what are they trying? Are they going to try to get the longer debt? I mean, they're going to go for the 2052s.
I think they go 2062s, but the longer dated debt is the one trading at obviously larger discounts.
Yeah. Man, if he owns some of that stuff,
There we go. Come on.
I think that's just a great thing. You can flip that and be really happy.
And that tender, again, this is on the fixed income side. That happens that's happening.
Wasn't that kind of the thing?
Chart's still bullish for now, so can't short.
Yes, the potential split.
I'm just waiting on the body to short.
And we're going to end up, of course, discussing consolidation opportunities for all of these companies that are out there, including our own, and what will happen. But that, and then the 20% ownership we're up to is also not something that necessarily was part of the thinking initially. And Gunnar, the CFO, has said as well that deals can start right away, that they don't feel like there's any tax implications, even though it's tax-free to shareholders, in terms of stopping them from move to consolidation quickly. If that
Tradify bullish too.
So you can see nice little pop. It's a nice Warner Brothers. Yeah, nice pop today. You guys want to talk a little Tesla?
We haven't really spoken about Musk. 32. Musk and Trump were much quieter over the weekend. Not a lot of back and forth, but we did get a couple of downgrades today. I think we've got
Orders
Target
submitted
to a hold, and Baird also downgrades Tesla to a neutral.
762 been bought long.
The concern when you've got the president potentially not feeling great feelings about Musk and his company.
No. I think that there was also a departure from Optimus.
Yes, their robotics chief.
Yeah.
Although he did, on his exit tweet, did say that he thought Tesla would win the autonomous wars. By the way, the downgrade on the Baird talks about autonomous. Musk has promised, they say, hundreds of thousands by second half of next year. They're modeling 6,000. 6,000 vehicles.
I'm still stuck on long at 800, so trying to get out.
Very sobering because I thought
Yeah, at 800.
points about how if you really want to get caught up
Yeah.
and get excited about it, maybe rethink your enthusiasm even away from President Trump.
Well, you said that last week when I pushed you on.
I might just get out. Looks like it might dip more.
Those shares, obviously, the company itself also.
Order canceled.
What's up, ISIS?
Order submitted.
About $900 billion market value.
Not quite to the
Howdy,
lowest
howdy.
of the day of the fight. That would take you to 273. So touch above that.
But look, in terms of numbers, you just
Okay, so the 3-minute squeeze went from bullish to warning, so it might drop.
Look, we're excited about Austin. You said something to me during the break that is very true. That when you want to rock a car or
Order canceled.
Over the way, well, they are burning some Waymos, and of course, there's nobody in a Waymo.
No one in a Waymo.
Right. I mean, you would hope that there were no passengers.
I didn't think that was a risk factor
when they did that, but I guess if you want to destroy property, you do
expensive property.
Right. When there's no true owner of that property, so to speak, other than Alphabet.
We had some news this morning. One of our reporters who was covering it, she said that the gathering was front of a Home Depot.
If we get low a day, I might long on the other account.
Just owns a Home Depot. Look,
Let's see if the bot's gonna short yet. No, not yet.
if you're legal, it's fine. Who knows? I don't want to get caught up the mainstream of this, but when I heard that it was Home Depot, I said maybe they're targeting Home Depots too, not just liquor stores.
Oh, well, they're looking for locations where they think immigrants, legal immigrants in this case, would be working.
I know, and it's just, or would shop there, because I think Home Depot's pretty good at trying to figure out it should be. Home Depot's got a pretty aggressive, rigorous hiring program, but that doesn't mean that.
Oh, ES just shorted.
I'm trying to think of take.
That's a good short.
If you're in construction, you would go there for materials.
Let's see if the NQ is gonna short. NQ is gonna short on the next candle if it stay like this, so I might have to get out on my long.
Yes, it is.
Not yet. If the bot's short, I'm gonna get out for sure. Just down a little bit, not much.
Because to protect someone in a civil rights scenario, which those of us who like remember, you were told in your house that African Americans weren't allowed into college, so they had to send out the army because we're a great country and we protect that.
Okay, bot's not gonna short now because it went up.
It's just different. It's sad.
It's definitely, we're going to continue to watch that kind of
Yeah,
activity.
800.
And as far as the impact of deportations on the labor
I'm gonna just stick a small cut on it. I'm gonna get hurt. It's okay. Took $100 L. I'll just wait on the bot next signal, but short looks good, I think. Let me see. 3 minutes, yeah, 15 minutes, maybe. I'm gonna short this, get some money back. I'm short at 80.
Order submitted.
There we go. Made some money back. What up, Gambit?
True. Carmen DeCivia, who was just so great. Carmen gave this UI. He gave the speech when he was awarded some really great honor for immigration because he came over here to Pan Am plane. He was like three years old from Italy, and he
talked about, well, we're really kidding ourselves. We don't have the birth rate to be able to have a great future. We don't have people. Well, we may not need them because of AI.
Because of AI. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of concern, obviously, around AI. I talk about it oftentimes. I ask our guests questions about it, who conceivably are in least position to have an opinion people want to hear in terms of what the impact is.
Yeah, I got out. I want to take 5 to 7
We're
points.
talking about more than manufacturing.
Okay, let's talk about something that's very real sales for you. You bring in agents, of course, you don't need as many people that are doing traditional sales. You try to move them over. Now, Mark would tell you, despite how the stock acted after the board, Mark Benioff, that they are hiring thousands.
I was short. I got out. I was long. I took a hit on it.
This stock, you can't give it away. Why is that, Jim? Because people feel that the other part of sales force is going to lag, and that you can't, and that service now's going into it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's true, isn't it?
Yes, it's 100%.
Yeah.
By the way, Morgan Stanley does trim Oracle today by about $15. There's a fair number of downgrades. There's another McDonald's downgrade today.
I see that. I still think McDonald's would prove to be unassailable. Yum has actually done fine here. The restaurant's actually had a decent run.
Morgan Stanley cuts basically 5% off the all-time highs, and they argue fundamental headwinds.
Right.
They cut Lulu on that America's Top.
It was a very tough quarter. I mean, truly awful quarter. And by the way, we still don't have them talking much about the competition.
I should have kept my short.
Say, you know what? This is why we didn't do well.
Yeah, would have. Yeah.
You're not going to get that. But I think that we're all looking at Lulu and thinking it's a challenge company. And once again, anything that
I mean, 3 minutes looks like it's gonna go lower.
Premiumization in this country. It's flawed. Premiumization. We're not paying up for anything.
15 minutes go lower. It might go down.
Which was again a disaster.
Yes.
And you say to yourself, are they kidding?
A bit pumped. I'm gonna short again.
This is not GOP. It's not Gen Z. It's not people who are worried about gaining weight and not doing well. It's the pocketbook. So I say, oh, okay, if it's the pocketbook, cut your darn prices. But they've tried to hold the line because that's what every company that has a premium brand is trying to do. And I say, good luck. Look at General Mills, downgraded by Gold.
Yes.
Trying to hold the line on premium.
Although, that's Delta Airlines' model, is premium experiences, right? Live Nation paying more for front seats.
But Live Nation's monopoly.
Yeah.
Delta spent a lot of money on this Delta One.
Yep.
It's nice. It's a nice lounge.
Oh, you've been there?
Yeah, I was there.
Tell us about it.
I'm about to short again.
I didn't get to spend much time there.
Order filled.
75.
Order submitted.
Nah, it's my exit.
Order
There we
canceled.
go.
Forget where I was going. I think to LA.
Order submitted.
Yeah, I got out. I'll keep doing 5 points.
Order filled.
Not that the stocks.
Order submitted.
I think this whole concept that we got caught up on was that if you premium,
Yeah.
if you went upscale, you did better. Done. And these
That 300 daily is just way too low. Way too low. With 3,000 DD, you only get 300 DLL. That's weird. Yeah, it's gonna take forever to actually get a payout. You know what I mean?
$15 for a damn margarita.
Well, a couple of years ago, everything was
Yeah,
trying
true.
to treat the top 10% like they were the top 1%.
Exactly.
Right? Shoppers to the Hamptons.
And you know why these people don't realize
Yeah.
that it's so over, and they want to protect their price point because they're afraid that we'll come on and we'll say, did you see that they cut price for X? And you say, well, how are the earnings? Well, the earnings are going low. Well, I'm downgrading them. That's the conversation.
Well, what's one of the fifth best stock of the year? Dollar General. Got this call on Walmart today out of Mizuho.
Those stores are doing well because people say, you know what? I'm no longer fooled. I know that Dollar General has good
Dang,
price
it's going
review,
now.
by the way. And frankly, they're clean and they're nice and they're well lit. Dollar Tree we're worried about because Family Dollar's no bargain. Walmart, can you rate them? Walmart has a meeting last week.
You want to short on this account real quick?
The price chart.
Give me 800 I'll short.
Those
Order
represent
submitted.
value. I would rather have Kirkland vodka than Tito's vodka.
Good for you, Jim.
I look like Biden.
Yes, you do. You look a lot like Lennon right there.
Well, good. We should kill all the Kulaks.
Guys, I do want to hit Meta this morning on this news that they may invest as much as $10 billion in a company called Scale AI. Scale AI, they label data services. They help companies that are training their models for, obviously, for AI, and the large language models. I interviewed the CEO a couple of years ago. They were in the midst of a tender offer at Scale AI. In other words, raising money from investors.
I bought my short soon. Let me lower my short to 93. So
sort this out, which it could have the effect of increasing the valuation of the company. I'm not getting any valuation numbers though. Bloomberg had reported.
There we go. Get it, baby.
They would have been valuing Scale AI at $25 billion. Unclear though whether it's going to go higher, given what the terms may be related to the $10 billion investment. But look at this. Anything that's obviously they'll be the largest single investor in Scale AI. Goes down, new company stock goes up. Then it goes up. I mean, at scale. Okay, you said at scale is at scale. I mean, this stuff is crazy. These companies can do no wrong.
Order fill.
Whatever they do, people think is great.
I'm short at 93 on NQ. Get out 87 if we hit.
Building data centers in Louisiana, where it's got an enormous complex. They got that great deal of energy. They've got a lot of private equity. They've got private equity partners as well. But they're still, the capex number is still enormous at Meta this year. What, 60? Is that going to be at least? Right? Child's play. Child's play. This is another 10 here. Obviously, Microsoft has been the largest single investor until.
Bot just shorted. Bot. That delay on a bot? I wouldn't even hit 753. Hold on. I think my bot's delay. Hold on. I gotta fix the connection.
Yeah, I was listening to Sam Altman this weekend. I don't know if you guys, there's so many podcasts and things you can, every week you can.
Yeah, bot's short for some reason at 753. But the data is not delay. Yeah. Yeah, I just got on my short, made some money. I didn't see us hit 753.
See, you could do that. Here's how younger people thought that. I listened to a podcast the other day.
No, I'm talking about the alert. Because the alert is short for some reason, but that's. Yeah, it must be really delayed. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, the data's not delayed at all. Maybe it's trading view.
Right now, are you like somehow regarded as a numbskull? I mean, look at it when it's right. I've used Perplexity already 20 times. Really? Oh God, I love Perplexity. I got a guy once said Perplexity's past chat GPT. Guy worked at Gold. But you're just using it for, what are you using it for? What I use it for? Yeah, basic stuff, right?
Actually,
I looked up everything.
I'm still short on another account.
Take your notes. You put it in. You say, write a story for my notes. And it does it. Here's what you use it for. Great. My colleague has got a story about Warner Brothers. I saw him do a scoop on I want to coach it enough. I want to know how to spell the CFO and see what he's doing. I want his background. I want to be able to, so that when you do your spiel, I can say, so tell me about it. See, because it's called
I trust the bot.
TV. Well, that's called reporting. Oh, I'm going to Perplexity. Ooh, that's reporting. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, that's not reporting. I'd like to know. I need to know enough to ask you a question. That's kind of
Let me show another one at 95. Trump? I don't think so. Trust the bot. Don't get wrecked.
If I go in 1964, you know that guy. That's 1973. I saw Burger Nielsen. You soccer? Ooh, so no, it's it. Culture. Sell at it. Keeps remembering
that I said before, and I'm sick of that. That's what I'm here for. David, because you want to be a little spoiled, my job is to sit here and just repeat back to you what you just said to me. That's all I do.
It's already shorted, so I'm just gonna play with the bot. I gotta finish this giveaway and then I can start trading again.
This alpha wave acquisition by
No. David, when I was growing up, we had enough money to buy the A, the B, and the C at the supermarket, so I excel at those letters. Okay? That's now with Perplexity. I got the whole rest of the alphabet. That's great.
Meantime, Dow's down 80 points to start this week. Watch bonds as well. Important week for data. Both CPI and PPI. We're already out with some early estimates and whether or not tariff costs are going to bounce that number a little bit higher. For now, 10-year just back below 4.5. Stay with us.
Order filled.
Order filled.
The bond report is brought to you by PIMCO.
Here we go.
Order filled.
Keep shorting this on.
Order submitted. These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life
Order
insurance
filled.
policy for $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash.
I don't know. I don't think so. Don't fuck me, bot.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today, 800-476-0100, or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with More Health. More Health
Yeah.
provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill.
Well, I'm stuck on a short at 96, so we'll see.
Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more. This is
See what's the bot's gonna do. Yeah, bot's still short. I'm not short in this account.
because this is about more than business. The industrial grade products you need. Or stop by Granger. So get it done.
Order submitted.
Or a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days
Order-
for that
order
person to
submitted.
even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Yeah.
Isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we want to do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your comfortable retirement kit.
Yeah, the data's not delayed. I'm not sure why it's short so good.
Portfolio is $1 million or more. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Order filled.
CNBC Pro.
Order
All
submitted.
new investing tools securely linked to your brokerage accounts. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to CNBC.com/getpro now.
Live action the semis today. We mentioned NVIDIA and Qualcomm, but watch Broadcom this
Order
morning.
filled.
It's down a touch, but
Order
Barclays does
submitted.
boost the target to 265. AMD City goes from 100 to 120.
That was important. That was important. That staying in the end. That stock is coming back fast. Lisa soon.
Meantime, back to 6K S&P. Stop trading with Jim's coming up next.
Order canceled.
Got eyelid itching, crusties, and swelling that won't go away? It could be. If Demodex mites are partying it up on your eyelids, it's Time to eliminate the root of the problem with Xdemvy. With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Xdemvy is the first and only FDA-approved treatment
Order
that kills the
filled.
mites that
Order
cause
submitted.
uveitis, a common eyelid disease.
Order canceled.
Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces.
There we
Order
go.
contamination. Wait 15 minutes before
I'm just trying to short out the pumps.
in clinical trials, the most common side effects were
Order
severe
submitted.
in 1 out of 10 patients.
Party's over, folks.
It's not you. It's Demodex mites. Talk to your eye doctor today.
Today's a holiday?
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's the world's best golfers live. And in this field, the amount of talent out there, these guys are on a major collision course. So let's go. The U.S. Open on NBC USA and Peacock.
Uber Eats has savings all summer long. This week, get deals on hundreds of your local favorites. Enjoy every last bite. Delicious food is just a tap away, which means summer just got tastier. So when hunger strikes, don't sweat it. Order filled. Get deals on your favorite food all summer long. Only on Uber Eats. Order submitted.
Yeah, it's gonna go for a higher day soon. We got 5 minutes, got some data. There we go.
Intuitive Surgical. They made the quarter. Deutsche Bank takes it to a seller. They saying there's significant risks to their instruments and accessories business. This is quite a controversial call because this is a premier fast-growing company, premier super growth, and I want to find out more about it because I had them on. And they're talking about risk of approach by third-party remanufactured devices. This is a pristine company, and people who know this company have been reported repeatedly by owning it.
One of the best 20-year charts we have.
Oh, greatest. And that's got that razor blade that you get a lot of different surgeries. I helped raise money to buy one for a hospital. We're incredibly satisfied. I just find that before I sell this thing, I do further investigation. It's a good company.
How about tonight?
I've got a company, 100 coming on tonight. Now, this company, David is going to hate this. She's just going to hate it. The 100X, this Rob Pacey used to be a gold. We're going to find out what is the hottest
Order
of
submitted.
the chats, the bots.
What is his role to tell us that?
He does a lot of service. And I
think I know what the
it's going to
hottest
be a
one is.
surprise because someone's come up very fast on ChatGPT. Someone's
They
come
have
up
a
there.
competitor, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're moving into the enterprise so aggressively as well.
Well, I'm just saying.
Doesn't need there. By the way, there doesn't need to just be one winner, does it?
No, but it's a surprise.
Oh, it's a tease.
It's a tease.
Yeah.
Nice.
It,
You got it.
yes, it did win the big companies. So
Maybe happy ending. Sunset. Yeah, that was a few.
Sunset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Purpose one
I
time.
went and saw that at the office for me. I was working. David, did you listen to the podcast?
I listen to a lot of podcasts. No, actually, I don't. I just joking. I like to listen to Sam Altman talk about the end of the world coming. No, he never does.
Listen to the choir. It's got this require. Right to break now. This is hard.
Okay, I like when he ends every show.
It's just simple. Ouch. Jim, we'll see you
Order
tonight, Monday,
submitted.
6 p.m. Eastern Time. S&P 6002. We'll be back after this. Don't go away.
3 minutes into data.
What's right for the business? What's best for everyone? It depends on it.
Oh, you won? Nice. Oh yeah, I got out. Yes, I got out. Woo. Was it a code or you got picked?
But unfortunately,
Oh, nice.
it didn't cover the medications that my doctor prescribed. Order cancel.
Oh, I don't know.
And I've been using it ever since. Put in what I'm searching for, and it shows each location and each price.
The first time I used GoodRx, I saved over $700. I literally tell everyone I know to check GoodRx.
This is a story about the one.
All right, drop that hole. Let's go, baby.
Stops the right parts. Just where to find them. Because for the one, this facility is about more than business. The industrial grade products you need delivered fast. Call clickgranger.com or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. It is.
Okay, you're so lucky lately. He winning everything.
Green juice that replaced it all with this aroma colostrum. If you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing. But it's a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin.
There we go, baby. Get me out of here. All right, out of my shorts. Let's go.
Hair, like the immune system, strength and supports all of that. I think the first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. But if you want to try it, we'll try armor.com.
This Father's Day.
That's a scary hole.
Order cancel.
Nothing's better than cooking on a Blackstone.
Order submitted. Order filled.
All right, all flat now.
With an enormous variety for your whole thing. Cook anything, anytime, anywhere. Only on Blackstone. Go to your nearest Blackstone retailer or Blackstone.com. Give your dad a Blackstone.
Good shit, Kite.
Best-selling grill.
Some moment. One of the people appreciate how this just came out. And we'll just play that for a second.
Man, that pumped back up. Good thing I got out. Holy shit. They want to reshort.
Submitted.
Street. I'm Sarah Ivan with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber. We are live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks they've been up and down this morning. They're a little bit firmer right now, but just barely. For the S&P, the Dow's actually lower by 100 points, and the NASDAQ is up by 0.25%. This comes after a big rally on Friday and last week, still more than 20% off those post-Liberation Day lows in the market. Little direction. We're waiting for word on the China-U.S. trade talks happening in London. Waiting for some key economic data this week as well. Take a look at how treasuries are kicking off the week. It's a mixed picture. The long end, 30 years actually a little bit higher, bumping up against that 5% level just below there. But there's buying in the rest of the curve. The 10-year yield, 4.496. The 2-year yield also a little bit lower at 4%. Those high-level trade talks between the U.S. and China, they are just getting underway in London. We're going to talk to a longtime market expert, Ed Yardeni, about how investors should be viewing
It's very
today's
choppy.
meeting, with the major averages closing in on record highs, just a few percentage points away. Plus, Apple kicking off its Worldwide Developers Conference. Big questions remaining about the company's AI strategy. We'll take you to Cupertino for the latest.
Let's get some inventory numbers with our Rick Santelli. Morning.
How you doing, Gambit?
Now turns into a final. It was overchanged. It now pops up to 2/10.
Nice. Another payout?
This is notable because
Another payout on TPT? Nice. Don't touch it anymore. It's up to you. Hey, man. Payout's payout. You're doing good. Keep trading TPT, you know? You're doing really good on that firm.
Comes in a smidge light, up 0.1%, and last month does get revised up.
Yeah, buy some more. Buy the. You might try the 150 one time. See you like that, because once you pass that, it's easy to get the payout. I think 4,000 profit to get a payout.
we do see some activity building there.
Yeah, but it's only thing is like $100-something after the discount, but the reset's only $100. Yeah, you fell.
As Sarah pointed out, interest rates are a smidge lower on all maturities
Yeah.
except for a 30-year bond, which is virtually unchanged. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Rick Santelli. We are going to get some key data releases, both hard and soft
I mean,
data.
it's up to you. I mean, it's expensive, I know, but if you're doing really good on, I think you can milk them.
Key data that the Fed's really going to pay attention to, like CPI, consumer prices, inflation, PPI, the wholesale price inflation later in the week. And then another important read on consumer confidence on Friday. You know, speaking of this whole hard data, soft data gap we've seen, right, where the consumer confidence plunged in the wake of some of the tariff announcements, and the spending data didn't really follow suit. Goldman Sachs had an excellent chart looking at so far this year, hard data in blue, soft data in orange, and then the S&P 500, the market in between. What you can see is that the soft data, it plunged, right? People got pessimistic, the optimism faded, but it's starting to come back.
It's on your settings. I think it's on your settings on YouTube. You know, I'm sorry, YouTube Studio. I think there you change your, I don't know what they ask you to do, you change your email or whatever, matches your Tradify email. It's on the YouTube Studio section where you change your email. But just ask in Tradify Discord. They'll tell you what to do. It's complicated. It took Bob like 2 weeks to get his money, cause he won like $500 on it.
Nothing dramatic, and then we start to curve up again because consumers are feeling a little
Oh,
bit
yeah,
better
it's pumping now.
Market's back. Some of the tariffs have been walked back.
Order filled. Order canceled.
He's short.
Order submitted.
By the way,
Order canceled.
we into the 90 days.
Order submitted.
Day, last week was day 56. I lost counts, but we're 41 days past Liberation Day. I know that.
We're also coming up on a G7.
Yeah, they need a better way to claim the prizes.
Deal around then.
But it's hard because there's a lot of scammers. That's why they're doing that.
There's talk of a trade from the leader.
Well, there's the one deal we have.
Oh shoot, I need to trade my Phidias. Still have some.
Tariffs are still in place.
Where is it?
Order canceled. They came to the old.
The 10% or steel and aluminum higher in general. Yeah, I mean, it feels like the 10% is staying across the board. On
How much was it, Gambit?
Particularly if you want some of that.
With my discounts? Are you sure?
Which is now.
Oh, I don't talk about the TPT thing. That's overpriced.
Deficit concerns that it wasn't factored in. I mean, that's what Stephen Myron from the White House told us on Friday. He said all the CBO deficit, $2 trillion deficit, is nonsense because they didn't factor in the almost $3 trillion that is going to be collected over 10 years in tariffs, which would offset that.
Which goes to your point that it's 10% is going to be, and Nick has said this many times anyway. Yes.
We'll say. But, you know,
Order
one reason,
submitted.
you know, the market, we're, what, 6,000
Order
on S&P
submitted.
here and, what, 3% away from the all-time closing high. So people are wondering what's next. I have been constantly looking toward jobless claims as a tell, because when there's going to be some panic and alarm from companies about layoffs, you're going to see it in the weekly claims. It's the weekly amount of Americans filing for jobless claims, and it just has remained steady and sort of around these levels for the last. Here's a 2-year chart, for instance. I mean, what you're missing on this is that huge spike in the COVID era, and then came all the way back down, and we've kind of been bumping along, not seeing any elevated level above, say, 300,000 Americans filing per week. We're creeping up a little bit, so we're watching it, but we're just not out in a range that signals mass layoffs, panic from business, and that's one reason why the economy has been held together, because people have jobs.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an A1 high, and Challenger layoffs are running 80% above last year.
We're watching it. We're watching
and the unemployment rate has risen every month of the year.
Well, we're up still 4.2%.
Unrounded, it is up every month.
Okay, well, but it's still, it's fairly low considering business confidence plunged after the tariffs, and people were wondering if we were going to see all sorts of layoffs because businesses were panicking about their cost structures. Have not seen that yet. Haven't seen it in the weekly numbers either.
No, the piece in the journal.
Well, that's 83% off.
About a hiring freeze and a capex freeze. It's not that you're laying off people, it's that you're not hiring incrementally.
Right, and that would explain the continuing claims being really elevated, where people can't go back out and find jobs. They're staying on unemployment, and we have seen that number be elevated. But it feels like the market, Neil Dunn put out a great point showing continuing claims are very elevated, and so is the stock market. That is an interesting correlation that shouldn't necessarily be the case. And I would say one reason is because jobless claims on a weekly basis have stayed fairly low.
Yeah, although new hiring is going to be interesting as well. And again, back to something I'm going to talk about.
Order
the
filled.
impact of AI, which we're
Order
just
submitted.
beginning to even get a sense for in terms of what.
Nobody has a good answer about it.
No, they don't. They don't. They really don't. I mean,
Yeah, I'm shorting taking profit, just in and out.
because every other technology change had every other step.
Order submitted.
That said, there is a period of dislocation, and then there are others say it could be different this time, and it could lead to widespread unemployment.
But higher productivity. So yeah, it's hard
more
to.
efficiency. Our companies will be.
Oh, U.S. and China's talking? Okay.
Yeah, which is not great.
Order submitted.
Let's get back to trade, which we of course mentioned a few moments
Maybe
ago.
that's why it's
US
choppy.
officials are meeting their
Maybe we should
Chinese
just wait.
counterparts. That's happening right now in London, and those are high-level trade talks making the sellers join.
Right now or later?
Good morning, Megan.
Hey, David, good morning. I think we can pull up for you here a live look at the location in London where these two delegations are meeting. On the U.S. side, that's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent,
TV's
Commerce
talking
Secretary
about
Howard
it.
Lutnick, and the U.S. Trade Rep Jamieson Greer, all over there meeting with the Chinese Vice Premier
Oh,
Hao
it's pumping
Lipeng,
now.
leading negotiations on their side. Now, unlike Geneva,
High day now.
we are not really expecting any major breakthroughs here, and that's simply because there isn't low-hanging fruit the way there was back then. These tariffs have already been agreed to be lowered. What today and this week seems to be about is more about putting things in writing that both sides seem to have thought that they agreed to back in Geneva. So on the U.S. side, they really want to see things moving on the rare earths. On the Chinese side, they want to see the U.S. Lessening up on their semiconductor export controls. That's really the focus here. Here's Kevin Hassett laying out his expectations for today on Squawk Box earlier
Order
this morning.
filled. Order submitted.
Our expectation
What
is
gonna
that
do? But
after the
it's still
handshake,
short.
Then immediately after the handshake, any export controls from the U.S. will be eased, and the rare earths will be released in volume, and then we can go back to negotiating smaller matters.
So having to figure out these issues, these big issues, I should say, before they move on to other things, that could be most of what we get from this London round of talks. Now, one indication of how they go could simply be how long these talks last. Hassett described what he's expecting as a short meeting with a strong handshake. So maybe we get some more details later today. I will say for the Chinese side, they did announce that their lead negotiator will be in the UK through the 13th. So maybe that's for other meetings, but that could give him some time to stick around in case these meetings do need to be extended further. Guys.
Megan, thanks. Megan Cassell at the White House today. Joining us this morning, Ed Yardeni is with us, Ed Yardeni, Research President. Ed, good to have you back. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
You've been fairly constructive coming out of this rough April period. Are you finding a hard time getting reasons to stay constructive right now?
No, actually, the problem is it seems to be less to worry about, which is worrisome. We have nothing to fear but nothing to fear. When that happens,
ISIS is
look out for
gone.
what we're not expecting. But I think the market's become very jaded about these tariffs, and rightly so.
ISIS just gotta go to work.
Game changes all the time, and I think on balance, it's in everybody's interest to come up with some solution to this that doesn't cause a recession in any country, or certainly not in the world economy. And then we've had issues about the resilience of the economy. I think
I'm just asking the NQ to dump.
is the consumers' resilience is attributable to the aging and retiring of the baby boom generation. I'm a baby boomer. I have a lot of friends who are baby boomers. I'm still working for a living, but a lot of them are retiring or are retired. And guess what? They've got no more wages and salaries. But when you look at the household net worth, you find that the baby boomers have half of the household net worth, and the total is $80 trillion, not billion, $1 trillion. So, everybody's like ignoring this elephant in the room. The baby boomers are spending money, and I agree completely with Sarah. You want to watch initial unemployment claims, and they're remaining low. And the reason they're remaining low is that the
Dang,
employment
still
gains are
going.
occurring
Ew.
in all the areas that the baby boomers are spending money on: leisure and entertainment. They're spending money on healthcare, financial services. That's where the employment growth is. And I don't care about how hiring occurring freezes. They may occur in some places, but they're not going to occur in these industries.
47.
Yeah, you've been on this topic for a couple of years now. This pygmy python wealth effect, and your other point is that it's not like they're going to just bequeath a big portion of this wealth. They are going to spend it, in your view.
Well, they're going to spend it, but look, the kids, we didn't really like our friends. They didn't listen to us. They didn't clean up their rooms. Why leave them anything? $80 trillion, it's going to be hard to spend all of that. And I know from personal experience, mine and my friends, that a lot of us are helping our kids. It's not cheap out there. Rent is high, auto insurance is crazy. And so I think a lot of the baby boomers are already transferring some of their wealth to the youngins. And I think that's another reason that the economy should be resilient.
Right. Where are you right now on earnings for this year and next?
Well, the key number is what will analysts be thinking that earnings will be at the end of the year for next year. And I'm very happy to see that over the recent few weeks, the earnings expectations for next year have leveled out around $300 a share, which is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the earnings per share at the end of this year, thinking about what will happen next year will be $300 a share. You put a 20 multiple on that and you get 6,000.
I think that's
A. Multiple, which is what the market, I think, will do. Maybe back to 21, 22, and you get 6,500. And then we can start talking about 7,000 next year.
You know, I would ask you about the bond vigilantes, since you're the one where are they right now? And how close do you think they are? There have been a lot of warnings from folks like Ray Dalio and Jamie Dimon, and we saw a reaction to when the bill passed the House. What's the status?
I don't know what
And bot went long 849.
They're so depressing.
Uh-oh.
You know, why don't they be a little bit more upbeat about the evidence? Can have a shot at being billionaires instead of scaring the living daylight out of us. But so much for my editorial. The reality is the bond market is huge. We have the largest capital markets in the world. Foreigners continue to buy our securities, including our bonds. There isn't going to be a debt crisis, and if there is going to be one, it'll probably last about 2 weeks. It'll scare the living daylights out of the politicians, and maybe we'll get a big, beautiful bill that actually will reduce the deficit. That's the problem with this bill is it really doesn't address the issue of how do we reduce the deficit. What are we going to do about interest income? But for now, the bond market has been able to absorb the large deficits. And everybody keeps looking at the debt, forgetting the fact that somebody's buying that. In other words, all that debt is also a lot of assets that are being purchased.
I mean, what can they do about interest? They're trying to pressure the Fed to lower interest rates. I guess they could do more serious austerity. Although there's not a ton of extra spending in the bill. It's extending the tax cuts. They're spending on defense and border.
Right. Well, I do agree with the administration that we are going to have better than expected growth. The Congressional Budget Office is using numbers like 1.8% for real GDP at an annual rate looking out over the next few years. The Fed is also kind of using those kind of numbers. And the reality is the numbers have actually been more like 2.5% to 3% for the past several years. So why are they using such low numbers? So I do think that growth will help to moderate the debt to GDP ratio. But you're absolutely right. At some point, this is going to be a problem. My position on this is I'll worry about it when the bond vigilantes worry about it. They worried about it temporarily in 2023 and then said 5% is a good yield. And then yields came down. We had a little bit of
it's very choppy right now.
Attack in early April that got the president to postpone his tariffs. So I'm on the watch out. I'm trying to see what they're going to do next. And right now they're pretty comfortable with 4.5%, which is what I think the rate should be for a while.
Order filled. To the end of this pause, and there is no trade deal of note. You think that pause gets extended, or does the market have to worry once again?
Well, I think the president, the Republican Party, really needs to get this issue behind them. So I think the president's going to declare victory. I think there'll probably be a lot of countries, key countries, that sign 5-page agreements, letters of understanding, basically. And the president needs to get this tariff issue behind him because the midterm elections are in sight. I mean, they are at the end of next year, but the president and the Republicans can't afford to have a recession later this year going into next year. And so I think this issue is, and I agree with, I think the issue is pretty much vital, which is what I'm reading the market saying.
Interesting, Ed. We'll see. Ed Yardeni joining us. Good to talk to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Session highs of the morning. Just over 30 minutes here into the trading session. Here are some big movers we're watching. Synchrony Financial moving higher in early trading on news that the company will roll out a new credit card partnership with Walmart. The new program expected to launch in the fall. Stock's up 2.5%. Robinhood and AppLovin both under pressure after hopes were dashed that they would be added to the S&P 500 in this quarter.
Wow, those bull squeezes going away, so it was bullish the whole time.
Takeoff and landing companies Archer Aviation and Joby both jumping after President Trump signed an executive order on Friday meant to boost the U.S. drone industry and ease drone flight restrictions. Music to investors' ears there. Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. Apple kicking off its development.
Most of it, at least 3 of it. This morning there was a whole bunch, and I kept saying it's gonna go up, but then it dipped and now it ripped up.
Plus, we'll give some details on the breaking media story of the morning. This is, of course, Warner Brothers Discovery's announcement that it will split into 2 public companies.
And IPO FOMO.
I'm still stuck on a short on my evals.
Last week's blockbuster debut of Circle. We'll talk about the opportunities for investors as the window may be reopening here. Big show still ahead as Squawk on the Street continues.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for weekend away ski.
It's travel ready. I can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or
Oh dang, it's going.
allergy history, or kidney problems. Most
Order
common side
filled.
effects include
Order
respiratory and
submitted.
urinary tract infections.
Yeah, let me see. Let me check the
headache,
15
and
minutes.
injection reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms. That's treatment?
3 minutes looks like more upside. 15 minutes still got a little bit more upside, so nothing's oversold yet. I overbought.
We have Gina Costa looking simply stunning with this season's hottest accessory. Oh, what's this? She's opening her Fidelity app to buy that stock for exactly
Order canceled.
what he wants. No fees or commissions. What will Gina do next?
Gina has roller derby at 6 p.m.
I'm there.
Get started investing.
Kite got a swing account, so he's gonna hold his short. I mean, I guess that's good when you have a swing account. I ain't got no swing account. My short's getting killed.
Becoming a chef who makes starting a travel that takes you from
Order submitted.
Scandinavia to whatever you want to do. One step can take you everywhere you need to be.
Eddie, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone.
Shares of Warner Brothers Discovery off the highs in the morning, but you can see still about 8%. This, of course, in the announcement that the company will be splitting into 2. It's HBO Max streaming service and studio. That will be one company. It will be led by CEO David Zaslav. And then there'll be a global networks company consisting of all the cable networks, in addition to things like Bleacher Report, over-the-air networks in Europe, a number of other assets. That'll be led by the current CFO of the company, Gunnar Wiedenfels.
And obviously not a big surprise, but you can see the reaction in the marketplace is nonetheless positive. It was May 8th when I had reported that such a split was going to be imminent, the company having taken any number of different measures to allow it to move down this road, although again, it never said specifically that it was considering this. And my understanding is there were plenty of different structures that were under consideration and things that they might have done, but they feel as this is the right time, given the cost cutting and other things that have taken place, particularly at various levels of the company, and the right time as well to open streaming/studio business out into the world of its own. 34 billion in debt right now. Of course, that is down from where the debt level stood 3+ years ago when they closed the deal to acquire the assets that were owned by AT&T that represented Warner Brothers. But nonetheless, high leverage of the company, and of course, the endlessly shrinking number of people who pay for linear cable networks via the typical distribution model, or at all for that matter, has been a continued headwind for this company. A couple of important things to note here that perhaps had not been anticipated. There's going to be a $17.5 billion bridge loan given to the company by JP Morgan that is going to allow it to tender for its bonds. That's across maturities, but they traded significant discounts, particularly in light even last week. I think it was a downgrade to junk for the debt. And so there is an opportunity here perhaps for them to buy back a significant amount of debt. And you're talking $3-4 billion perhaps that could be the case. And then the ownership stake as well was something perhaps that hadn't been anticipated. Global Networks will own up to 20% of the streaming and studio business. Something it is seen that I've been told it would potentially sell in the first year after the close as well, acting almost as though it's cash that will also help it de-lever as well. And then we're going to get into questions about
FHFPhidias, Chris? Nice.
for both of these separate entities. Once
wait, that's not FHFPhidias.
They
or just where the shareholder value is, particularly in the cable business or the global networks business. How is it different and similar to what our parent company is doing, Comcast with Versant?
It's quite similar in the sense of spinning off a bunch of your cable networks. Versant does not include NBC, does not include Bravo. In this case, they did split it completely in terms of all the things that you would imagine would go with the global networks are there. As opposed perhaps to some who assumed if there was going to be a split of our company, it might include the likes of the network or Bravo and other cable networks, which were seen as too close to the Peacock streaming service to separate out. That said, it's a much larger company as well in terms of from both the debt level. Overall company right now is about 3.8 times leverage, but and most of the debt's going to go with the global networks, but also from a cash flow perspective as well. Just a lot more there, obviously including TNT, TBS, CNN, all those Discovery networks as well. Adds up to a far larger. They did 1.8 billion in EBITDA just last quarter, so that's a number that Versant perhaps could have in a year.
I mean, even with the jump today, the stock has basically gone nowhere this year, Warner Brothers.
Yeah, and only down over the last 3 years, as well as they tried desperately to sort of reset things and reset expectations. But it was always the worry of that debt load and the continued and perhaps much worse than even anticipated declines in the linear cable networks, down another 6+% just the last quarter.
Trying to unlock value.
Yep, that's what you're fighting against here. You're hoping you're obviously going to get a much higher multiple for the growth company, that being streaming and the studio, at the same time that you have a return of capital play and a strong cash flow play on the other side. You'll have to keep cutting costs, and maybe consolidation will come in the future as well that will continue to introduce efficiencies. Very similar, perhaps, to some expectations for Versant.
Yeah, M&A expected there too.
We'll see.
Well, for now, it's top gainer on the S&P 500, up 7.5%. That's Warner Brothers. Coming up, will Apple's developers conference lead to a reset for that stock? We're going to talk about what Tim Cook needs to say at today's keynote to satisfy investors. Plus, the IPO window reopens. 2 big names coming down the pike after Circle's successful debut
3
last
minutes
week.
look
We have
like
details.
it
What's going on
might.
the street comes
Let me
right
see. No, it still looks like it's gonna go up. Ooh, we left.
Bill's changing. And our Lovesac couch adapts to it all, gathering
Order
around for
submitted.
game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Order filled.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring wealth isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-523-6900.
Here we go.
Coventry
Drop it,
Direct,
Hope.
redefining insurance.
You founded your kayak company because you
Order
love your
canceled.
not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you
Order
sponsor a job on
submitted.
Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
When we started feeding Bucky, the farmer's dog, he lost so much weight. Pre-portion hacks makes it really easy to keep him lean and healthy.
In the morning, he flies up the stairs and hops up on my bed. In the past, he would not have been able to do any of those things.
Callie Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
I started the club to make you a better investor.
The value you're going to get from making better investments more than outweighs whatever the cost of the membership.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join-Jim.
Apple kicks off its Worldwide Developers Conference today. The stock's down nearly 20% on the year.
Give me back, I gotta pee.
Remain around AI and tariffs. It's the worst run for the shares heading into the event since 2010. Our Steve Kovacs and Cupertino with a look at what's at stake and what to expect today. Morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Carl. Yeah, in about 2.5 hours, that event's going to start at that building behind me. This is Apple Park, of course. And look, let's focus on AI. You mentioned tariffs. There's just other things that are as headwinds for Apple.
Order
This was the coming out party for Apple Intelligence a year ago. And since then, we saw Apple kind of fail to deliver on that big promise it made. It was supposed to have that big upgrade to Siri. It's kind of answer to ChatGPT that was supposed to come out this spring. That's now delayed indefinitely. And the AI features that did come out largely overwhelmed, including that ChatGPT integration, which just isn't as good or as useful as what you would get with the regular ChatGPT app. So here are some things to start to look for as to kind of reset the narrative, or Apple's chance rather to reset the narrative. One is what kind of
what happened?
can it make with artificial intelligence, whether that's through search or something else, in order
that
to kind of
pump.
fill in the holes that Siri has left behind. We've heard Eddie Q, the services boss, float around that
Order
they're talking
submitted.
to search engine perplexity as one answer.
Order
At this
filled.
event last year, they talked about integrating Google Gemini. That is one key thing I'm going to be
Order
watching. The other
submitted.
is this is a developers event, so what are they giving developers on the AI front that will help them make their apps more AI friendly, so to speak? There's a report out from Bloomberg a couple weeks ago that they're going to be able to tap into Apple's AI system to make apps for the iPhone. However, they're going to have to really make a case, guys, that their AI development tools are just as good or better than what you already get on GPT. And then finally, with this Epic Games
Oh,
case
what a
that Apple
pump. What
is
the hell?
forcing Apple to payments on the web instead of through the App Store. This is also a chance for Apple to show the developer community that they're
Wow.
all in on them and that they can provide some better economics for them. Because if they lose the appeal with this Epic Games case, you're going to see a lot of people a lot of these developers who are in attendance today go towards those web payments and capture back some of that cut that Apple's been taking off the top of their App Store sales. So those are all the kinds of things we're going to be watching here, guys.
Yeah, that's a good point, Steve. You know, the Bulls still want to argue that it's less about their own killer app or killer model. It's more about being a gatekeeper. It's more about being a toll collector. Is there a hole in that argument?
Well, last year that was supposed to be the answer, right? The answer was supposed to be, let's do our own thing with Apple Intelligence and prove that we can kind of make this AI moment. But as far
I
as
hit
what the
22,000
developers
today. Holy
well,
shit.
there's a lot of challenges there for them to convince developers to keep making stuff for the iOS platform. That includes those AI tools that they're going to be announcing, and also the fees. If any changes, I don't expect any changes to the fees, but again, if Apple loses the appeal that they're working through in courts now,
My evals are doing bad, but my
have to start
my PA is
those
doing good.
developers happy. Otherwise, they'll go somewhere else. We're seeing a lot of activity happening, Carl,
Yeah.
on the web.
Order submitted.
I went to pee and it went long and got 15 points.
Big chance today for Apple to say, hey, come back to us. We're the best platform to experience artificial intelligence. And by the way, that boosts the App Store, that boosts the services revenue, which
Get
is
it, gang.
really the key growth driver here at Apple. Their business has been really stuck on the iPhone front, on the hardware front. It's services that have been picking up the slack, and now that's under threat as well, Carl.
Yeah, work on my.
Is there any evidence, Steve, that the trade war, right, which Apple's squarely in the crosshairs of? Is there any evidence that it has delayed either development of Apple Intelligence or rollout of Apple Intelligence in China?
There is, yeah. The Financial Times reported last week, Sarah, that it's being held up. The Apple Intelligence launch, which we were expecting to happen by now, was supposed to launch. We know they partnered with Alibaba. The chairman of Alibaba said as much. And then the Financial Times reporting that because of the trade war, the regulators over there in China are purposely holding up the approval. Remember, if you want to launch an AI system in China, the government there, the regulators there, have to approve it first. That's why Apple's partnering with China's Alibaba in order to do it. But with this trade war going on, that's just another, forget the tariffs for a second, that's another thing that gives Huawei a huge advantage because it's allowed to use its AI, and they're going to continue to eat into the market share until Apple has something over
I mean,
there.
that's Bishop is spotted on.
That's a rest. Thank you, Steve Kovac. HQ. For more, let's bring in Brian White, analyst at Monness Crespi Hart. What are your expectations for today, Brian?
Well, I mean, Apple's really climbing a wall of worry here. You've got big issues with the App Store. You still have the trade war. Apple Intelligence isn't approved in China. You know, you don't know what's going to happen with default search. So a lot of big issues on the horizon here. Stock's down 19% year to date. So, you know, one thing I think we'll see is the most profound change to the OS operating system across the platform that we've had since Johnny Ive made a redirect back in 2013 with iOS 7. So you're going to get a much sleeker look. It'll look more like Vision OS. It's also going to be easier to use and much more efficient. So a big overhaul here. You know, second thing, they're going to change the numbering. So, you know, iOS is not going to be 19 or Mac OS 19. It's going to be 26. Finally, you know, Apple Intelligence. While Apple Intelligence, they're going to infuse it more and more into the platform. I think the key is, you know, they probably won't make big, bold announcements. They can't do it yet. You know, the Siri issue, we're probably not going to get an updated Siri with personal contacts until 2026. So they're going to have to delay this a little bit. And so you'll get Apple Intelligence announcements, just not big, bold announcements today.
Anything to change the narrative on the stock? And would you be a buyer on this weakness?
So, you know, we still look at, if you could look out a year, we like Apple. Apple Intelligence setback to me, not a big deal. And the reason being, AI is still very, very early. What I care about personally, and I think everyone should care about, is personal privacy. And all these new AI platforms coming out, I mean, you know, Google is the godfather of surveillance capitalism. So you know, to really trust companies like this with your AI data, I think is a problem. So, you know, longer term, you know, people I think will gravitate towards platforms that really protect your personal privacy, and Apple Intelligence does that. That's very,
3
very
minutes is near the
All these other
top. 15
platforms
minutes near
are
the
gonna
top
have
now.
ad-based models. They're going to be trying to take your data to serve you up ads. So, in terms of the narrative, it's all about the trade war. That's the big, big issue here. And also, I would say a little bit about the App Store. So I think it's less about Apple Intelligence. It's all about these other issues that have come into the fray, this year, since Apple Intelligence was announced, a year ago.
Yeah, would be hard though for him to comment on anything like that today. Given the context. Yeah, Brian, thank you very much for joining us and talking us through what investors are wondering about. Brian White, Monness, Crespi, Hart. Time now for a CNBC News update. Silvana Hanau has that for us. Morning, Silvana.
Hey, Sarah. Good morning to you. The ACLU will lead a peaceful rally and protest in Los Angeles today following a weekend of clashes in the city over the federal government's latest immigration rates. Authorities arrested at least 56 people as they reported looting, car fires, and people blocking the 101 highway. The president deployed hundreds of National Guard troops. It's a move that has been criticized by California Governor Gavin Newsom. The White House says President Trump is expected to speak to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. And the call comes as Iran claims Israel is trying to thwart nuclear talks with the U.S. Iran is also expected to hand over its counter proposal to the U.S. soon in the talks after calling the previous U.S. proposal unacceptable. And Russia and Ukraine began a prisoner swap today involving prisoners of war under the age of 25 and others who have been severely hurt in the conflict. It could be the biggest exchange of the war so far, and the two sides agreed to swap 1,200 prisoners each. Carl, I'll send it back to you.
Silvana, thanks so much. Silvana now. Still to come this morning, the IPO market heating up. Recent entrants like CoreWeave and Circle handily outperforming the broader market. Two big names getting ready to debut this week. We'll get those details straight ahead. Plus, Meta reportedly making this massive bet on AI. We'll talk about what you might need to know. But we're back in a moment.
They chose parents planned for adventure, but they didn't plan for him to become your best friend. If you're in it to get more than you bargained for, we were made to help you save on packages.
Order can't order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Made to travel.
Order filled.
Order filled. Technology.
Order submitted.
Solutions to build a portfolio for the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
ZipRecruiter finds qualified candidates for me. I can't believe how I used to do it before.
None of these candidates are qualified. That was a cat influencer.
Now I'm getting people who are the best fit for my roles.
ZipRecruiter. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
The only thing I don't like about payday is waiting for it. Tom lets you get up to $500 of your pay whenever you need it. There's no interest, no credit checks, no mandatory fees. I'm not waiting for payday anymore, and you should either. Join me at Chom.com and get paid when you say.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Reliant is the home of free electricity, so your home will be the home of more flavor, more love. The Flex Your Credit's electricity plan serves up your 2 iShoe stays free every week automatically. Then tops it off with $200 in bill credits for even more savings. Put it together and, well, you've got a recipe you can really sink your teeth into. The Flex Your Credit's electricity plan from Reliant. That's power.
Pratik said a hack is not true. I don't know. My credit card got hacked, so I don't know. Yeah, I remember in April. Yeah, and the bug that people was talking about was way back, like doing beta version, so March, January, so they have all the data there.
Keeping an eye on fintech company Chime and defense firm Voyager Technologies, both of which are primed to go public this week. Joining us now to discuss his outlook for the IPO market is Lara Hippo, Managing Director Ben Lara. Ben, good to have you. As a venture investor, I'm sure you're looking at this and hoping that it is for real. Are you seeing signs that say the window is really open this time and it's all good to go?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for having me. I'm feeling optimistic, which is counter to how I've been feeling for the last several months. And look, I think there are a bunch of companies that have been ready for a while. Obviously, it's been very tough going, but there's just a huge group of really high quality assets that need liquidity. Investors want liquidity, employees want liquidity, founders want liquidity. And I think seeing the performance of these few stocks that have come out, clearly there is public market appetite for these kinds of companies, and I'm feeling like we're going to see a run.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to feel optimistic when you just look at the performance of these companies, obviously, albeit it's been a very short period of time. I can't even eat short of that. Anything beyond that? I mean, we know that there's a desire for investors like yourself to start to see some monetization. Obviously, there is enthusiasm, at least meeting certain businesses. Anything beyond that fueling your optimism?
Look, I think maybe the other thing would just be that obviously it's been a rocky few months, and with tariffs and all these things that that sort of felt like they were going to be real deterrents. And to see the resilience of the economy and to see sort of stocks back up to where they are, clearly there's just this like immovable force pushing the boom on, and to sort of get a bunch of these companies public and to create liquidity. So I don't see anything in the way right now. I mean, we've been punched in the face a few times, and we've still been able to move forward.
Do you have to be in AI or crypto?
It doesn't hurt. I think you do have to be touching AI in some way, shape, or form right now. I mean, this is the great sort of transformation for business. We haven't seen anything like this in a really long time. I think this is bigger than mobile.
Look at that drop. There we go.
And so we are have a really fantastic AI story. You're going to have a hard time getting much, sort of building much excitement. But
Oh, all my shorts gone on the funded, but I'm short on my eval. I need to get out. There we go, baby. I think like $41 hit goal. Profit target for my Tradeify.
Do you think for the names that are coming to market, the market is insisting that the runway to profitability be shorter rather than longer?
I think generally we've seen, because things have been so tough, companies have gotten there's just more responsible behaviors in sort of startup land over the last year or two on the back of such a tough funding environment, and obviously a closed IPO window. And so I do think that we are there's a lot of really well-run assets. Again, some may have a slightly longer path to profitability, but they have strong balance sheets, and so there's not risk of sort of financing troubles in between now and then. Lots of strong growth. I think we just have one of the best pools of private assets today that have ever existed, if not the best. And so if there's sort of a drumbeat. I mean, we have 20 years of backlog in terms of companies that are theoretically IPO scale. And so we could be launching a few deals a week for a really long time. I actually think the companies that are set up to go now should take advantage of it, because you never know what changes. But I think we're going to have a really good run for the next little while.
I mean, to that point, I mean, Circle and Chime, they've been around a long time. They've had a lot of time to work their way towards profitability, not so much CoreWeave. But they've also been able to stay private in part because of the incredibly robust private markets, Ben, and the ability to get their employees some liquidity and do funding round after funding round.
That's the someone you've been requesting? Nice.
No, it's not going away.
I need to work on my TPT.
I mean, there's still more money sort of tied up in, more dry powder in the private markets than there's ever been. Although that money
I'm trying to break the Tradeify curse, so I've been working on that.
Assets, just the super premium companies we all know of that are now worth tens of, if not hundreds of billions of dollars.
Not this year. I haven't traded much this year. That Sam Pro's been there for over 50 days. Last year I had, but not this year.
Really strong business businesses, a few hundred million of ARR, profitable or on the way to profitability, sort of rule of 40 companies that are not necessarily finding tons of access to capital in the private markets. And I do think that in those businesses, you have investors that want some liquidity. These are going to be companies that will continue to compound. And I think what I really like to see is not just the
Nice, right?
top 20,
Yeah.
top 50 assets get out, but start to get some IPOs out there in the single-digit billion-dollar range.
Yeah.
Even low single-digit billion-dollar
And it has
range.
massage chair too, so it's
Yeah,
actually really
but
nice.
that's what the market really needs. You need a truly robust IPO market, not just a sort of top 10, top 20, top 30 companies being able to get out.
I saw the Escalade last night. That shit is 125 grand. I'm not spending that much on a car.
Too closely for any number of obvious reasons. Always appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I don't need anything that
Coming
big.
up, Meta reportedly planning one of the largest solo investments
You call me a mumble yapper. Yeah, for myself, yeah.
AI startup. What it could mean for shares next.
The white Honda is cutting out. Like, doesn't start. Yeah. And I don't want any more gas car. No, that key is electric. Yeah. There we go. Made some money. That's short. Hell yeah.
Which for those on Medicare, or soon to be, is a good reason to take charge of
You
your
wanna go
healthcare.
long? Let me see.
So consider this.
Uh,
An AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from
no, I don't want to go long this high.
Why? Alone doesn't pay for everything. And what it doesn't pay for, like deductibles and copays, could really
I mean, the squeeze is still to the upside, but I think we might be topping out soon.
paying some of what Medicare does
Yeah.
and making your
800 was a good long earlier.
decision guide. Learn more about plan options and rates to fit your needs. Now, if you like this, as long as they accept the plan goes with you. Even better, these are the only plans of their kind endorsed by AARP. For your free decision guide. So, this, and what less out-of-pocket costs, get more peace of mind. Consider adding this, an AARP Medicare supplement plan. Take charge of your healthcare today. Just use this or this to call United Healthcare about an AARP Medicare supplement plan.
Timbertech decking looks like real wood.
But there's no hassle of maintaining it.
I just take
Really? Damn. Oh, ES still short. The ES bot's still short throughout a pump. Wow. I need to pump a little more and I'll be short.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Welcome back. Another major AI investment could be coming soon. Meta reportedly in talks to invest more than $10 billion in scale AI. The report says it's unclear what form the financing may take, but a solo 11-figure investment would be one of the biggest ever for a private company. Scale provides services that help companies train machine learning models. It raised
No, I just go show up for work. End of the month to pay people. Everything else, they got it. Oh no, the meetings I do, but it's most of the meeting doesn't start till like Q3 or Q4. Q1 and Q2 is really slow.
we sort of need those kind of corporate structures in order to compete with the likes of China.
Oh
So it's
shit,
not
hold
high at
on.
all. But
Yeah,
clearly
yeah, a long time, like 7, 8 years.
By the way, I was speaking to one of the company's investors. There was an ongoing tender where the
They
employees
said the
were
hacker
able to
posted
sell some of their own
Patik's
stock.
phone number,
The investors
address,
were
social
putting
security
money
number.
at book
Holy
for
shit.
I was told was a $25 billion valuation. That's been put on hold.
Top step guy.
Pending this meta investment, which conceivably could even increase the overall value of the company. Again, depending on structure and a lot of other things. Don't know where, but just have to think about that as well. They're not having trouble raising money, obviously.
Drama.
To conversation with them.
Holy shit. Wow. It's in the Telegram group. Wow.
Still to come this morning in just about 10 minutes, some new consumer data from the New York Fed. We'll get some inflation expectations, break it down when that crosses at the top of the hour. Plus, do not miss Marathon Asset Management's Bruce Richards arguing that stocks have already bottomed for the year. This walk on the street continues in just a moment.
Sustainable Future Clean Start is sponsored by Carrier for the world we share.
Our service now platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
Do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents.
Oh, that's true. Then they actually got hacked.
But you all have agents?
Oh, yeah. On the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together so everything works better.
Can I have agents?
Maybe.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee.
Yeah, because they got hacked. They're trying to lie about it because my shit got hacked. Like, no, hell no. They can ban me all they want, but that's wrong. I mean, if they really got hacked, all that is that's a class action lawsuit.
On the same page. For 2002, what AT&T does guarantee are best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
So, what do you think about a Jeep Wrangler? Very spacious, lots of open air. What are you going to use it for?
Thwarting international terrorism, saving the world.
Keep dropping, baby.
Sorry, we saw Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, and we are very excited. It's a truck.
Call me. You can't hear me on YouTube? I need to get closer to the mic. Mumble Yasper. Come on, dump this hole. Dump it. 836. It's just an eval. I don't really care. A little bit. I just been choppy, so I didn't want to mess with it.
Dear Texas, this is Coda Bakery, our premium line of cafe later served with notes of nectarine, maple, and macadamia. This full-bodied coffee was from just for you. Cafe later served, brought to Texas with love from ATV.
Simpson Thatcher advisor on so many of the largest M&A.
I got out one of the short. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Which he figured prominently as well on the taking private of Jerry Nabisco, but much more than that, of counsel to so many CEOs and boards through the years, and also occasionally of counsel to a journalist like me, whose advice was always of great importance, not to mention his place in the civic life here in New York, to which he gave back. There he is with Jerry Levin, of course, talking during the press conference.
I need to work on that uncapped PA on Apex. I haven't touched that lately. trying to get his payout on the 300K.
With the founding of New Visions for Public Schools. I'm going to miss him, as will so many others. Dick Beatty with 86.
Close to pay on Tradify, I think. I think I need like 800 more.
Slim Greeks. Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the mass market of innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, we consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at investment.com.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life. Our life.
Are you short?
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how
I want to pump again so I can be short.
at livehuman.com.
This thing is so good for your gut health. I used to have collagen. I used to have probiotic, the green juice. I replaced it all with this pharma colostrum. My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking it.
Nice. Yeah, you got your money.
That are built for life.
What kind of eval? Oh, you actually got the 150 TPT or no?
I wanted to lose weight. I figured out the right way to do it. Did a cleanse. And I said, I can't do this anymore. I asked a couple buddies, I said, how do I lose this weight? The guy goes, Life ended. Got on the computer immediately, and probably the easiest thing I've ever
It's
done.
5 days.
Medication.
That's the only thing I hate. It's the 5-day thing.
I've been able to live my normal lifestyle. I've lost 20 pounds already. I
I'm
now
gonna try to
come
be
home,
short.
spend time with my kids, and I've never felt better. Changed my life.
Check your eligibility
60.
minutes at getlifeand.com.
Order
Yeah, not now. The 3 minutes looks like it's gonna go down. Let me check. Yeah, 3 minutes. Oh, looks like it's gonna dip some more. We'll see.
Understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always like, closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Huh? Not really. Enough to just give back all those giveaways, like the cash money one.
Today from the street, the change of the helm of the company's Optimus
What is this?
program. We'll talk about the company's growth drivers going forward.
Investor Bruce Richards, chairman and CEO of Marathon Asset Management, is with us. Why he thinks the lows are in for the year, but does think that credit is the story investors should be watching.
And the unbundling of Warner Brothers Discovery, David
A
Zaslav,
fish?
bold choice to split the company into two. We'll talk
Alright, I guess it's lunchtime now. Let's do the giveaway.
Speaking of WTD or PD, helping to lead the market this morning. S&P's up just a touch, back above 6K. Of course, crossed that level last week for the first time again since February. Meantime, 10-year Treasury been flirting with 4.5 pretty much all morning long.
Yeah, I can hear you, Fish.
Back in the lead. Getting some breaking news right now out of the New York Fed. Let's get to Steve Leisman with that. Steve.
Hey, Sarah, we start off this week with important inflation data with some good inflation news. The New York Fed survey of consumer expectations.
Let me start
Inflation
this.
expectations declined across all time frames. We went
I
back
think
and found
FishBot is long.
It's the first month of across-the-board declines in inflation expectations since October 2024. Take a look at the data. 1-year expectations down 0.4%. That's a healthy decline to 3.2%. The 3-year down 0.2 to 3%, and the 5-year down 0.1 to 2.6%. That's the lowest since March of 2024. These numbers are still a touch elevated, but not bad. You take them, given where we've been. And I think the Fed will be happy, especially to see the 5-year so well behaved. Price expectations decline for gas, medical care, college, and rent.
but they did rise for food to the highest levels since October 2023. Could be a tariff impact in there. Earnings growth expectations up 0.2 to 2.7%, a touch below the long-run average. And unemployment expectations dropped, along with concern about the probability of losing one's job. The probability of finding a new job in the next 3 months was up 1.5 percentage points. So good inflation news, guys, and pretty good news on people's outlook for their incomes and their jobs.
They're going to have a big debate next week at the Fed about what to make of these tariffs and whether they truly are inflationary or whether, you know, these signs that we're seeing of lower inflation is something they should lean into.
That's part of the debate. I think there's three options here, Sarah, if I'm not mistaken. It's not coming, it's already here, or it's coming later. And I think there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to be somewhat wary about declaring mission accomplished when it comes to tariffs and no inflation just yet. A lot of the commentary I'm reading thinks some of it is going to show up in May. They actually thought they saw whiffs of it in April, some of it in May, and maybe more of it in June. And even once you see it, there's this really vexing question of, is it one time or is it longer? I think that's why the market has the Fed price, Sarah, for not reacting until September.
Yeah, the easiest thing to do is just wait it out.
Goldman today with their forecast for CPI, they do talk about some modest tariff effects, Steve, but I mean, we keep pointing to auto sales where you had a couple of big months of pull forward and then a huge 5% drop month on month.
Yeah, things are crazy. You have that, the pull forward, and there's the pull forward in the GDP data too, as you know, Carl. That pull forward created a surge of imports that brought down GDP in the first quarter. That surge of imports goes away, so net trade is going to add in a big way to the second quarter GDP, and we may not have a clean read of what really happened in the economy until sometime in the third quarter. And then we want to watch consumer spending. We do have our retail monitor out the end of this week, and then the
Trying to pump again.
sales numbers the end of next week, and of course, whatever Sarah and everybody else are hearing from our consumer companies and what they're saying. I get very, very mixed read on that. Some are saying it's hurt, and the people that I heard pizza was taking a hit here on some of the concerns about what's happening with the consumer. And if pizza's taking a hit, Sarah, you know.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm like a pizza once or twice a week person, so I don't relate to that. I think it's always a good, affordable option. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
But I live in New York, so.
Let's stick with the market reaction today. Joining us here at Post 9, Rob Rose, Citi's U.S. Regional Director of Research and Head of Global Strategy. Rob, it's great to have you back.
Good to see you.
You guys get incrementally more constructive today, yes?
Yeah, but we've moved our Fed cuts to, as you know, we had the Fed starting in July, but we've moved it to September, but we still have a stream of 5 cuts. It's just 3 at the end of the year in 2025 and then 2 in 2026. And that's predicated on a core PCE number that comes in around 3.1% at the end of the year, and probably at Q4, Q4.
Oh shoot, my thing shorted. Okay.
Order submitted.
We think, you know, the unemployment
Yeah,
rate, we think
860
that
on
the Fed
my
is motivated
NQ.
potentially not to cut in July or June based on the recent labor numbers, 4.2% unemployment rate, which is kind of hovering there. I think we thought it might have been higher if the participation rate.
I'm just in and out. I'm not gonna
might have
hold
been more
long.
like 4.6, but we expect to see that going up because of initial claims is climbing, so it's going to put upward pressure on unemployment. But we also know that PMIs for both services and manufacturing have now gone negative. And so we think that between that and some of the narratives we're hearing, we're still seeing a slowdown going into the third quarter.
So I feel like the key question going into this week is, now that the market has done so well in the last few weeks, we're back, we're at 6,000 on the S&P, we're near record highs. Should investors be looking through some of the softening economic data that we're seeing?
We think so. Now, I mean, it's tricky. I mean, when you think about the fiscal picture, that could be a double-edged sword for the stock market. In one respect, if there's an increase in fiscal deficits, that's usually helpful to the stock market. On the other hand, if we see these discount rates go up, that could be a problem for the equity markets. But we have a call on 10-year yields at 4.1% at the end of the year, predicated, of course, on the Fed cutting. But we think it could be a positive. We think there is a look
Order filled.
especially if monetary policy becomes accommodative at the end of the year.
So sector weights, do they change very much for your house view?
So overall, we're still barbelled. The
Order
US and
submitted.
Europe. We think there's some, we think there's 5% upside to the stock market here. I mean, our call right now for year end is 6,300, so that's about a 5% uptick in this environment. And for Europe, we see a 3 to 4% uptick in the European stock markets, predicated a lot on what's going on in Germany. So there's fiscal stimulus coming from Germany, approximately 46 billion euro. There's corporate tax cuts happening in Germany, and also the friendly tariff narrative with the U.S. I think is also something that will contribute to that.
Yeah, how do you guys think about the consequences of tariffs? Inflation, growth, cost structure and earnings, margins.
We think global growth, it will have an impact. If you look at global growth, it's around 2.8%. We think that goes to 2.4% this year. The long run average in global growth at 3%, to put that in context. But also, when you think about a little bit of the downplay, we also think we're past the peak narrative concerns and uncertainty. I know there's still.
Am I trying to fight? Oh shit! I just saw that. Oh damn.
Our expectations that would have filled to this. There's Canada and Mexico, where we think we're pretty more optimistic.
Oh, those are the
2.0.
London
Right
ones.
now, those tariffs are in single digits. There's the rest of the world, which we think
A
will
lot.
There's also China, which we think.
Yeah, that's a 150K eval and then PAP.
Uncertainty there, but we see overall aggregate tax coming in at around 15%, and so we'll have some effect on growth in the U.S., especially
back in the short.
market economies. But it'll also have an effect on global growth, probably 0.5%.
Where does that leave small caps, which has been able to close above some key moving averages?
Yeah, and I think we like mid caps and small caps both in the U.S. and in Europe for reasons that we think we'll still see a broadening of investment. So we think there's still a positive story there.
A lot of balls in the air. Yes. But, we're going to catch a few of them. Thanks. Good to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you both.
Let's turn to this morning's trade talks between the U.S. and China taking place in London. Export control is a key focus. Our Eunice is in Beijing. How are the Chinese framing this, Eunice?
Well, Sarah, President Trump's team is expected to really push the Chinese hard to speed up the export of rare earth metals as well as magnets. Earlier today, the White House's Kevin Hassett told CNBC that the U.S. wanted a big handshake on the rare earth metals, and that their expectation is that they would be able to go back to negotiating smaller issues once they were able to move past some of the issues that they faced during the Geneva agreement. Now, the big question, of course, is what the Chinese would be willing to do. And the expectation here is that the Chinese are going to push Washington hard to try to remove some of the restrictions on items that the Chinese see as making China great again. So that would be a homegrown aerospace industry as well as a homegrown high-tech industry. Specifically, that would mean the chips, software design, as well as jet engines, products that were targeted by the Trump administration after the Geneva agreement. One other thing that was quite interesting is some of the messaging that we heard from the social media account.
People subscribing. Nice.
This social media account is followed quite closely with messaging on U.S.-China trade issues, and it flagged the role of the Commerce Secretary. The fact that he was going to be joining these negotiations, and also
You guys need 10 points to win, okay?
seen as a way for the export controls to be handled. And also,
My short got taken. My mom got taken
they
out.
haven't been able to have somebody specific who they can
Took some profit.
these very sticky matters when it comes to export control. So that's something
Nice.
that the Chinese see as very important. Guys?
Does it seem like it's a
submitted.
a reaction to the realization about the U.S. reliance on rare earths, Eunice?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's always been something that the Chinese here have been talking about. They say that they have the upper hand when it comes to the rare earths. But you see that going into these talks, that there have been possibly some goodwill gestures where the Chinese Commerce Ministry over the weekend had said that they were going to allow for certain export licenses for certain companies for certain rare earths, but they still haven't been very clear on which companies. It's been suggested that would be for the European companies, but we still don't have a whole lot of clarity on exactly which rare earths those would be.
Yeah, rare earths, there are a lot of other constituents that are looking for answers here. I mean, the retail industry in particular, which has been hit hard by some of the China tariffs. Thank you, Eunice. Unitune in Beijing tonight.
Yeah, I'm just shorting, taking a couple points. Yeah, I was long and then I went back to short when it hit 69 and up.
We'll get the street reaction to its turnaround strategy when Money Movers begins in just a moment. Stocks made time. Best day here since early April. Not getting the results you expect? Don't use it.
Yeah, let me get some of the Phidias code in Discord.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective.
You're flat. Ah, you took profit though, right?
Which way is up?
New projects needs new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Moment. One of the people who I've respected over the years, Kieran and Richard, this just came out and we just played that for a second.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I make sure I keep my counts. I don't give up too many to be out. Here's the code. Who else won? Jimmy.
There's a reason Chevy's called the heartbeat of America.
Okay, kick that out. Who
Because we
else?
proudly roll trucks off the line in cities like Arlington. For the people who keep Texas moving. For them, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
Now, get $4,250 total customer cash on this Chevy Silverado. Chevy drives Texas. Together, let's
Check
drive.
mark. What else I'm missing? SSH.
Welcome back. Shares of Apple are down now nearly 20% this year, lacking most of its Magnificent Seven peers. And WWDC kicks off today. Can the company turn the stock around? Joining us now from WWDC is Constellation Research Principal Analyst and Founder Ray Wong. I understand you advise all sorts of companies outside of tech, inside of tech, on what these big companies are doing. What are your hopes for Apple today?
Yeah, a lot of what developers are looking for right now is to see what the new user experience looks like. There's a lot of conversations about what this is. It's Project Solarium, and really it may look more like the Vision OS experience. But a lot of the Apple Intelligence features that developers are looking for are happening in the background. They're mass personalization at scale. They're contextual nudges. These are things that hopefully make things easier for the user.
I think it might drop more. I'm scared. 3 minutes looks like it's gonna drop more. I'm gonna say that. I still got a short on one of my eval.
See what the announcements are. But there are announcements as well. We're thinking about what the integration with Gemini is going to look like. We're thinking about what else. Maybe there's a universal translator capability over time. But that's the things that developers are hoping to take advantage of, because they want to rush in and take advantage of the AI revolution.
I mean, it's not enough to perk up the investors on the stock, which I mentioned down 16% or so year to date. Also, obviously, the trade wins are a big deal. What is the holdup with something bigger and flashier on AI from this company?
Well, I think the challenge with Apple has traditionally been around privacy, trust, and getting the software right. And it seems like they haven't been comfortable with where they are at the moment in terms of making all these features work. You don't want to deliver software that doesn't work, and especially in AI, there's a lot of parameters around safety, privacy, I think that they're trying to figure out. And of course, there's also what customers really want, what developers need to be able to deliver those little features that make the difference. AI is moving to the edges, so it's not going to be centralized going forward. So you're going to see AI happen at the device level. And that's why in the long run, Apple has a great distribution model to deliver AI capabilities through the apps in the App Store. You may have noticed in the recent report, Apple delivered $400 billion in terms of developer ecosystem revenues. And so there's still a lot of interest because this is the best and biggest developer ecosystem there is out there.
Ray, I wonder whether or not you think the company has an ace in the hole when it comes to hardware. Obviously, it might not be the most important discussion today, but it will be eventually. And I wonder if you think Vision Pro, for example, was a learning moment for the company?
Oh, I think there are a lot of different things on the hardware front. I think right now, if you look, and we hope to see that there's a unification of the user experience across all the different hardware platforms. That seems to be what's happening. It's going to look more like the Vision Pro kind of capabilities. It's going to look more like, the ability to actually create those nudges, the pop-outs that people are looking for. So that's what we're looking for. We're talking to some early developers. That's kind of the indication you can see that might be coming.
Where do you think
Got that out. Let's go. You still long fish?
the competition and
Okay, I'm on my short now.
So this is a great conversation as to what is the future of user experience.
Good luck, fish.
Is it voice? Is it touch? Is it gestures?
I might long if it hit 800. I might long. Oh shit.
Those interfaces. And I think that's the competition. Could it be OpenAI with Johnny Ive sitting over there? Maybe Samsung? Could it be a Chinese manufacturer that's coming out of the woodworks? But we are at the crust of this AI revolution. And new winners and losers about to be created.
I is making banks.
Every legacy company that's operating in an AI environment, in an AI-first environment, is going to look different. Their competitors are going to come from smaller companies. We actually envision, for example, in the services business, that you can get to $1 billion with 1,000 people. We actually envision the next software company you might only need 100 people to get to the first 100 million. That's the extent that's going to happen going forward.
That is amazing. I'm glad you brought up Hive and OpenAI, because we keep asking which can happen first. Can they get to speed on a device, or can Apple get up to speed on AI? Who wins that race? And I wonder, do we have a read yet on what Apple's reaction has been to Ive's move?
We haven't seen anything in terms of the reaction. They haven't commented. Everyone's been very polite. But I think the important thing is there's going to be new form factors. There's guesses that might be a device. If you see what Zuckerberg's doing with glasses and Meta, I mean, there's something happening that's different. It's a different form factor that's going to take place. But you still can't beat the fact that Apple has how many billions? Almost 2 billion devices in market. You've got a distribution channel that can't be beat. You've got data collection in a way that's serving a privacy approach. People trust Apple's data. And so that creates a very, very different barrier of entry than just showing up as OpenAI and getting into the market. So it's not going to be as easy as you think. And of course, there's Google on the other end. With Android and Gemini and their advancements on the AI side, I think Alphabet Google actually has a really good shot as a major competitor in the space.
All right, Ray. Thank you very much. Encouraging take on there on Apple ahead of the announcements this afternoon. Ray Wong from Constellation.
Meantime, Tesla's gotten hit with a couple of downgrades today. We're going to close a look at why some firms on Wall Street are taking a more cautious tone on the stock for now.
Plus, later this hour, Marathon Asset Management's Bruce Richards is here with more on opportunities in credit and why he says stocks have likely already bottomed this year. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, I forgot I was short on Lucid. Hell yeah, I made some money.
It's a smart move to get
Oh, damn, there. I'm out. I am all out. All the evals are done.
So why not with your stock market investments? We can help you see opportunities.
Let me see if the bot's gonna go short anytime. No, not yet.
Speak to Henry and Walsh, the second opinion people. drinking too much? Take back control with more help. More help provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether.
Now we pump again. I'm gonna reshort. Let me put 850 on my short.
Right now.
Order submitted.
Computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrency.
I deleted go on my chart, so I don't want to look at it.
Is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than
It's a bot long on go. Let me see. Go.
The World Economic Forum
Yeah, bot's long at
human
345.
discovery since fire. Billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla
Nice.
says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act.
Yeah.
Order canceled.
We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers.
I got 8 minutes until we pick the winners. You need 10 points, okay, guys?
2000, 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
This Father's Day, cook anything, anytime, any day. Only on a black.
You might be able to get out on your 42 long. Taking my pump.
It's not that this much. You have to technically go to war with the President of the United States. So many people own Tesla because Elon Musk was tight with Trump. Now that they're on bad terms, not such a good reason.
Fat Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. The CNBC Disruptor 50 list revealed. Meet the innovative company shattering boundaries, picking up industries, and changing the game for good. Special coverage begins tomorrow in Squawk Box and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back. Walking shares of Tesla today. The stock's under some pressure and we get slapped with 2 downgrades. Argus and Baird both cutting to neutral, although Argus does say the stock is still a longer-term buy. The common theme is about uncertainty, this contentious relationship between Musk and the president. Baird also adding that the robotaxi expectations are high, competition's intensifying. Other piece of news, the head of Tesla's Optimus program, which leads its humanoid robotics efforts, is leaving the company.
I want along with you, but I'm scared.
The company's high valuation is
I want along with you, but I'm scared.
its business outside of cars. But a good example is Baird puts a number on the number of robo-taxis in the second half of next year, 6,000, which is a lot lower than the numbers Musk has talked about.
Sure, but he has himself hinted that it's going to be a sort of slow rollout before we can really ramp up. I think the question on robo-taxis a lot of people are asking is, can they do it more profitably, for instance, than Waymo, which has a first mover advantage on the call side? I mean, that's a big question. And then on the Optimus front, I mean, we'll see how much to make of the head of the product leaving. Musk himself has said it's one of the most important products for Tesla, and he himself said it could add $25 trillion to the valuation. So it feels like he's in it, you know, not to make too much of a. And also the guy that when he left, he posted he has full support for you.
Yes, he said
didn't want to make it seem like it was just
what's his comment?
Yeah. All right, time now for a news update. Courtney Reagan has that for us. Courtney.
Hi, Sarah. California Governor Gavin Newsom says he will sue the Trump administration over its National Guard deployment in Los Angeles. The Democrat said on MSNBC this morning the deployment is illegal and unconstitutional. It comes amid protests against the federal government's immigration raids. The president cited a legal provision that allows
How many you have? Fish? You have 2 or 1?
when there is a rebellion or danger of rebellion against the
2,
authority
okay.
of the U.S. government.
NATO is expected to urge its European allies to make a, quote, quantum leap in military spending to deter Russia. NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte will call for a 400% increase in
Dang, it's dropping.
missile defense budget, according to remarks released
Sorry,
today
man.
by the military alliance. And a charity vessel carrying Swedish activist Greta Thunberg is now under Israeli control. The British-flagged yacht Madeline aimed to deliver a symbolic amount of aid to Gaza and raise awareness about the humanitarian crisis there. Israel dismissed the aid ship as a stunt. Sarah, back to you.
Yep, the selfie float. Thank you very much, Courtney. When we come back, Marathon Asset Management's Bruce Richards is here. He's going to tell us the area of the market where he's expecting the highest returns. Don't go anywhere.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform. At Capital Group, we take care when crafting our active ETFs. Our portfolio managers and analysts collaborate to strike the right balance between strength, flexibility, and endurance. We believe this hands-on approach sets our active ETFs apart so they can make a difference at the core of the portfolio. Because we don't fit molds, we prefer to cast originals. Capital Group, actively different, active ETFs.
Life is always changing, and our Love Sack couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for a game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Love Sack adapts to life, our life.
Heart health support starts here with Super Beats by Human, supporting your heart health through circulation, blood flow, healthy blood pressure, and energy, with clinically researched ingredients backed by science. Get started today at livehuman.com.
Dan's vehicle is his prized possession or the family hauler. He needs to
That's a
protect
good
it.
long.
This Father's Day, give him the gift
Oh,
of
that
leather jacket.
might go long.
Order canceled.
At 8:15.
Order submitted.
It's a seat protector to guard against stains and sunshade to block harmful
Yeah.
UV rays. The cup phone perfectly secures his phone while driving. Order these American-made products or a gift card at WT.com. Happy Father's Day.
We got 2 minutes before the giveaway.
This is ridiculous as us, being corporate types. Let's begin.
Rockstar movies and Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles. So what
Nice.
this weekend?
Hey, you shut up the Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents. What are we doing?
Just go.
I would just take profit. I'll let one run. Just take some. Leave a runner. That's what Chris does.
Specialist investment managers. Solutions to build the portfolios of the future today. Alternatives by Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
That looks really high.
Oh, I think that's Cajun's TV was on. That's why.
It's time to push your limits.
Yeah. I need to touch more of my funded today. That's good. You log off?
The Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness. Adventure on the edge.
Finding the things you and your family need to be well is kind of a big deal. Finding ways to save on those things is an extra big deal. Check out Extra Big Deals
I
at
was short the whole
CVS.
time.
Extra Care members get extra big savings on more of what matters most every 2 weeks. It doesn't get extra bigger than that. Shop tons of extra big deals at CVS today. And come back for more.
Alright, let me pick the winner.
Money movers, equity markets holding on to gains.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna drop more later. Who's this guy?
So what does the equity picture mean for private credit?
Let me check, see if we got the points.
Bruce Richards, welcome back. Good to have you.
Nice to see you, Sarah. Carl, hello.
So you get this equity rally. I mean, we were just talking about you're pretty optimistic on where we are in growth.
Well, I think the shock from tariffs is behind us, right? And I think that the markets are starting to discount what's going to come next for tariff because they've kind of defined what the range of that boundary is, and so the markets are adjusting for tariffs. And both the suppliers.
He can't win. He didn't get it. He don't have any points.
Feel fine to me. We squeezed out all the excesses at the beginning of the year. All that extra leverage took it down, and now it's recovering as it should be because the economy's going to
Let me
come
pick
in
the
just
next
fine.
winner.
The first half GDP, 2%, between smoothing out first and second quarter noise, right? And where's PCE? You know, inflation 2.1%.
Melody don't have the points. You only got 4 points. You need 10.
PPI Thursday. So 2% inflation, 2% growth feels pretty good. And that meaning it should be okay.
You think there's a ceiling on the valuation here, or the multiple, market multiple?
Yeah, there's obviously a ceiling on it.
Just gotta chat and watch.
That's why it makes most sense to be a lender because, you know, risk assets in the credit market.
Yeah, and none of them are getting any points.
You know, Marathon and other lenders in lending.
I'll pick another winner.
12% returns with 4 to 5 vol. The equity markets, I think, long term have a 7% growth rate with a 16 vol.
Nope.
So I think it's very favorable to be a lender because rates are higher for longer. How's going to keep rates higher?
Pick another winner.
Bill going to keep, you know,
There we go. I
deficits
think he
higher,
should
rates
have
higher.
enough points.
This week we have a 3-year, 10-year, 30-year auction.
No, he only got 5 points.
Keeps rates higher, and so in this high rate environment, the returns that we earn as lenders are fantastic.
Yeah, are you nervous about the bond market at all and all the supply that they're going to have to raise?
Yeah, I mean, it's of concern when you run the deficits that we're running, and we're going to add $2 trillion of, you know, additional debt just to fund these deficits as we currently know it over the next year, and just tag on another $2 trillion.
Well, they say if the tariffs stay, then that will offset it.
It will offset some of it, for sure, but they're going to, even baking that in.
Kite, you can't win again. I already gave you one, so fuck off, Kite.
I think it's probably, you know, 400 extra to the deficit.
Okay, let's see this guy.
CBO, and some of the other think tanks.
Nope, he only got 5 points.
It's a big bill. There's a lot in it, but it leads to a big deficit, even with the tariffs.
Are you seeing any concerns on defaults? Speculative grade, anything?
Defaults are concerned. Defaults are higher than they otherwise would be because rates are higher than they otherwise would. Right. And so for the highly leveraged companies,
Okay, Das. I don't think Das got the points.
there's only a few segments that would really see these
Nope,
defaults.
Das, you don't have the points. Sorry, buddy.
With consumer discretionary, especially retailers. Number 2 is some of these suppliers. So where the auto manufacturers are doing well for DM, their suppliers are struggling. I know we're looking at some companies right now that were under NDA that are struggling that won't be providing funding to. We also see the same thing happening, you know, with the home builders, where the home builders are doing quite well, but their building material suppliers are actually under a little strain. And
Let me pick another winner. Damn, it's like 10 different winners. There we go.
See, because when you have these tax
Nope, not a winner.
see that, you know, the cost of financing that is more than the cost of going to your local energy supplier. It's not very fair.
All these bots coming in, trying to win. Nope.
And so there are pockets of it, but taking away those pockets, the credit market is incredibly open. The banks are open, the capital markets, high yield loans are open, and certainly as credit lenders, we're wide open lending in the markets.
But aren't banks also wide open lending in the markets more? And if we get more deregulation, there's a new vice chair of supervision, Michelle Bowman, Wells Fargo is now unchained and it can grow. Does that competition for private lending?
Bars out, Bowman's in. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing.
You only got 8 points. Sorry, dude.
You know, a 7-year sentence where they had to keep their balance sheet.
There we go. I think you might have 10.
While all the banks grew. And so
Yeah, you got it.
$4 trillion of assets in their balance sheet. You have Bank of America $3.25 trillion. City, which is approaching $3 trillion,
and Wells Fargo, which is 1.95 trillion. So I think Wells Fargo will grow their balance sheet in the next 5 years by $1 trillion. Just think of how much money is available for the repo markets, for financing markets, to lend loan on loan. So yes, there'll be competition. There always is competition for private credit managers. But I believe what we do in the private credit markets is a little different from the business that the banks are going after, and the banks might be more apt to make a loan to firms like ours on our loan book than make a loan on to
Yeah, there's activation fee on those. I think it's like 130. 130, 140. And it's 84 if it's 50% off. I'll pick another winner after he give me his stuff.
Good place in terms of the strength of that balance sheet, the strength of their business, and they'll be expanding along all lines from consumer to commercial banking to investment banking to wealth management and growing their balance sheet too. And so how can you not be bullish?
I mean, you could be Senator Elizabeth Warren.
But you know, she's not in this picture anymore. She was when that constraint was put on. Michelle Bowman is. And so, you know, it's all, I think the race is for Charlie Schaaf. I think they're celebrating and they're thinking very diligently about how they want to grow their business. And they've been thinking about this for years. And so they have their playbook. It's not like the 100-day plan.
Let me DM you on Twitter.
And so really equipped to move forward.
How about international? Are you playing much overseas?
Oh, there's a lot to do in Europe. There's more to do in Europe now than we think there's been in many, many moons, because Europe is now growing again. Their rates have come down. You know, the ECB, while we have our rates stubbornly at 4.5% Fed, the ECB's down to 2%. And so there's lots to do in Europe. Europe's now, it was never pro-growth. Now it feels more pro-growth because of what they're doing in defense and how stimulative, you know, their monetary policy is currently. And so we like Europe. We like Europe as a place for growth. We like Europe as a place for lending towards. And it's, you know, it's across Europe from the UK to Germany to France to Italy.
That's interesting.
He got his stuff. Now let me pick one more winner.
And I think that's absolutely the case. And you see that from defense to you know, easy monetary policy.
Okay.
JH
does not have enough points.
So where else do you see the best opportunities?
Alright, let me pick another guy.
You know, one opportunity that I think that
Fake Bugatti. Fake Bugatti got shit and he can't win.
It'll create enormous wealth, I think, for, you know, the incumbent companies like Microsoft and Snowflake and
Doc, you won.
companies that are going to be AI first software companies.
I don't think you have enough points, Doc. I think you won one in Discord. You got 10 points. You got the one in Discord already. So let me pick another winner, okay, Doc?
Because you're going to have creative destruction, which is going to allow a lot of these companies to prosper as they make their
I'll pick somebody else.
the AI first software companies. And you'll see the great software investors, Tom Bravo, Francisco Partners, some of these great investors in the software sector.
Kirby, you only got 7 points, buddy. Sorry.
You'll see a lot of other software companies not make it across the river. So I think it's very binary.
I'm gonna pick another one.
And it's going to be zeros. In the data room of these private equity sponsors, you're going to see lots of winners that are bigger multiples than you've ever seen. And you're going to see lots of zeros as well for some of the software companies. As a lender, Marathon's secret sauce is always diligence, always discipline, and managing to zero losses and zero defaults. And as a lender making a 5 to 7 year private loan in software, it's very hard in this sector to tell today who the winner and loser is going to be. You have
Pat, you won again? No, you can't win again. Samuel. Ah, you got enough points. Congrats.
30% of their book in software companies.
Alright, later, buddy.
Years, and it's going to be an issue on who's gonna refinance that if the company doesn't make it through? So the default rate, because of ARR, because of the annual recurring revenue and the high margins of software, the default rate's been 1/3 that of
Pretty low.
the other companies, but I think in the next 3 years, it'll be 3 times the default rate.
So you're not playing in that much?
So now I'm not playing, but I pull a team, time out, no deals in software for the next couple of years until we decide the winners and losers. Where we're playing, and to your earlier question, Sarah, where we're playing is thinking about the energy companies, the infrastructure companies that support this space, and certainly be able to lend to them because we want certainty of cash flow rather than the uncertainty of.
Wait, are you on Discord? Yeah, just hit me up in Discord.
In the equity market as well, software.
True.
So how do you figure out who's the winner?
Well, that's going to be a big test, but certainly the biggest companies that are already making this AI transition, investing in AI, from Google, Microsoft, to Adobe, to Snowflake and Salesforce. I mean, they're going to be big winners. But when you get below kind of like the top tier list, and obviously companies like Palantir.
Oh, your Twitter, okay.
When you get below that list, then you have to be a lot more discerning. What is their AI initiative? What is their spend? What is their game plan?
Confusing me. Got you, dude.
It's a good call out. I think a relevant question for investors. Thank you, Bruce.
Let me get you a code.
Thank you, Bruce Richards of Marathon.
Well, we got Warner Brothers Discovery, the latest media company with a planned split of its business. Stocks down more than 30% in the last 3 years. Closer look at those turnaround plans when Money Movers continues after this.
Lovely.
These bills are crazy.
I think we're done.
She has no idea.
I'm gonna log off and start trading.
She owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more. She can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.